I know that's a sound that you haven't heard in quite some time. However, we want to say to you that we're happy that you're able to join us at our first in-person meeting in over a year. We're happy to see you smiling faces. We hope that no one walks out dissatisfied with the outcome of the meeting and the actions being taken at the meeting. You, as well as we, know and understand the CDC guidelines for in-person meetings now that the pandemic has been not necessarily ruled to be over, but for those who have chosen to be vaccinated, it has lessened the exposure that would come with in-person meetings, and so we hope that everyone exercise good judgment and allow us to complete this meeting, our first meeting, in a reasonable way. We call the meeting to order and ask the secretary to please call the roll.
David Boggs.
Here.
Patty Cross.
Here.
Keith Lee.
Here.
Paul Looney.
Here.
Timothy Lusher.
Here.
William O'May.
Here.
Daryl Sanderson.
Here.
Charles Stewart.
Here.
James Terrell.
Here.
Russell Wright.
Here.
Sharon Jackson.
Here.
Quorum of 11.
Wow, perfect attendance, I like that. Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion, please, to adopt the minutes from the previous meeting, that'd be June 10.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Is there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise, motion carries. Chair will now entertain a motion to pay the bills as identified in your agenda.
So motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and properly second that the bills as displayed in the agenda be paid. Are there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise, motion carries. Everyone who's owed will be paid.
It's good news.
Are there any staff reports and not the comprehensive plan report or committee reports? Okay, then, following the agenda, are there a comprehensive plan status report?
Evening, Commission. Eric Hockley, Director of Planning and Community Development for the city. As you all know, a month ago now, you all as a body voted for us to move forward and begin negotiations with the consultant who had submitted a response to our RFP to partner with us in rewrite of our comprehensive plan. As it is that time, and as we've discussed ad nauseum, it has been quite some time since we had a significant rewrite. So we've moved forward with that. Robert and I have both had multiple conversations with the consultant to answer some questions and help them begin to get a scope of fee and service to us. We actually just received their first draft of that just yesterday evening. So I forwarded it to the group that we discussed earlier, the judge executive, the mayor, Mr. Jackson, Robert and myself, to go over that document, and hopefully we'll be meeting next week at some point once I nail down everybody's schedule, and we'll go over it, you know, just begin that negotiation process. So see what we want to take out, leave in, what seems fair, not. If we're fortunate, the goal obviously would be able to come back in August and have something for you. We'll see if we get there, but that's the goal. So that's where we are.
And I'll just add to that, unless legal counsel tell me I can't, and by that time I will have said it. If the negotiations are completed earlier, then what I will do is ask the commission if it's not possible to have a special meeting to deal with that subject matter alone, so that we can get as much completed prior to the August meeting, so that once the commission take an action in August, there might be some additional things that can be done to speed up this process.
Is that a motion?
That's no motion.
Just-
No motion, this is just a status report.
Okay. Can I ask one question of Eric before you leave?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eric, once we finalize the consultant, go through the agreements and negotiations, we've set on the consultant, do we have a timeline of completion of the comprehensive plan after that?
Yes. So once we get to a starting point, what we've had them submit to us, essentially is a bit more detailed breakdown of both the actual tasks to be completed, and a timeline proposed for when those tasks get done. Not in a position at the moment to comment on what that timeline is, but yes, we will be able to say, okay, this is the proposed, 12, 13, 14 months, something like that, I imagine.
Yeah, that's mainly my question, is if there would be a timeline built in, this wouldn't go on ad nauseum, that we would know once everything, negotiations are done, we can expect something within
Right.
X amount of time.
We'll expect to be able to tell the public, once we get started, this is how long we expect it to take, and push to keep it in that time, while of course doing, a thorough job.
Very good. Thank you.
I just have a separate item.
Oh, okay.
I did want to let the commission know, as it's indicated on the agenda, and anyone in the audience or that's watching it, that item number 2 under old business, the zone change request by KT Holdings LLC for property on Hickman Hill Road has been tabled by staff. With that being said, the chairman of the planning commission has requested that I explore dates for a special meeting for this item to be heard prior to the August regularly scheduled meeting. So based on advertising requirements in the state statute, the earliest available possible date would be July the 29th at 5:30 p.m. I would ask if we, hopefully, I know it's short notice, but if people could glance at their calendars, if we could get a decision tonight, because the legal ad is due first thing in the morning tomorrow. And then we could reach out to the applicant, make sure that time frame works for them. So if the commission agrees upon a date this evening, whatever date it may be, and if for some reason the applicant cannot make that date, then I would correspond back to the chairman of the planning commission. We would work something else out. So on the table now would be July 29th, which is a Thursday. This would be the only item, be 5:30 p.m. Those are the 2 items that I have.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask why this has been taken?
There was an error on the date on the sign that was posted on the property. It advertised for July the 10th, which was, of course, today's the 8th, but it was a redo of the sign from the June 10th meeting. Just got changed over to July 10th, and that's not correct. So we had to pull the item based on that error.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you'd like a date, possibility at the end of the meeting? That way we don't have to prolong.
That would be, yeah,
Anything.
that'd be
So-
great. I appreciate it.
If each member would indicate their availability on the 29th, it would be greatly appreciated, greatly appreciated. At the end of the meeting. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else that a commissioner would like to address before we move into the agenda? If not, Madam Secretary, if you will call the first item on our agenda, please.
Under old business, continuation of public hearing, continuation, Ryan C. and Nicole L. Turner are requesting approval of a zone map amendment from Rural Residential District RR to Agricultural District AG for 10.01 acres of property at 505 Jones Lane. The tract is more specifically identified as PVA map number 051-00-00-008.01.
And you will note that in your agenda, there was not a separate summary of the items, so in order to do what needs to be done, you need to go back into your minutes, okay, for that summary, in order for us to move forward. But at this point, we got a problem?
The summary did not make it into the packet. It was received from the secretary.
Yeah, well, that's why we directed commissioners to go back to the minutes, which is basically the same thing as the summary, to move forward with the item, unless our legal counsel say, I can't do that.
You can do that. The purpose of the summary was to be able to provide something for the commission to look at in a more concise document and provide information for a vote. Even though it was prepared, since it wasn't in the packet or it didn't go out to anyone, and I think we'd be remiss in including it now. I think that you're correct, well, to look at everything.
Okay. So if you refer to your minutes, then the chair can entertain a motion to remove the item from the table to adopt the summary from the minutes, and then we'll open the floor for findings of fact on the item.
So motion.
Okay.
Second.
Get a second in a second. I have a motion, got a second, to remove the item from the table, to adopt the summary of the public hearing from the minutes, and to open the floor for finding of fact. We have that in a second. Are there questions on the motion?
You made that motion.
Tim?
I did. So did. Tim?
Mr. Chairman, I won't be voting on this, on this June meeting.
Madam Secretary, make a note, please. Are there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion carries. Floor is open for findings of fact.
Okay. Oh, my stars.
Yes,
Sorry,
you may answer your phone.
it goes nonstop.
Thank you.
Okay, but
Ms. Cross?
I would suggest the two findings of facts in our report, that the comprehensive plan, future land use plan designates the property for rural activities. And the second one, the agricultural zone district is an appropriate zone district for the rural activities land use designation.
And there was a third one included there, which was that the zone map amendment request agrees with the comprehensive plan. Is in agreement with comprehensive plan.
Oh, yes, yes, that's correct. I'll say
Okay.
that one too.
So we have 3 findings of fact. There's second.
I'd actually like to add a fourth. I'd like to add that under the goal
Well-
number 7.
We have to do her,
Okay, sir, first.
yeah,
Okay.
and then we'll do
Go into
new
it.
additional findings of fact. I gotta get a second first.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to adopt the 3 earlier findings of fact. The 2 that are listed in the agenda item, page 12 of 13, adding a 3rd one from the sum that the zone map amendment request is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. We need to find out, are there questions on that motion? Yes, ma'am.
On who will be voting on this.
Keith said he would not.
And so we need to make sure that others either have been part, have looked at the meeting or,
Okay, I listen.
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Lee indicated that since he was not at the June 10 meeting, that he would not be voting on this item. Is there anyone else who, okay, Mr. Looney, you're voting or not voting?
I was not there, I did not watch that meeting, so.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I also had to miss that.
okay. Ms. May.
Mr. Stewart.
He was here, you want to ask? Mr. Stewart?
Yes, sir.
Were you present at the June 10 meeting?
Right, I was. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you plan to vote on this item?
Yes, sir, I was planning to.
Okay. That takes care of all of that. And I'm back to the other piece. Are there questions on the motion? Questions on the motion? Questions on the motion? Madam Secretary?
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Ms. Cross?
Yes,
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, other findings of fact, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make one more finding of fact. Under goal 7 of the staff comments, any development on this property would be subject to the standards established in the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations.
Second. I'll second.
Okay.
Are there other findings? There being none, there are questions on the motion. Questions on the motion. Questions on the motion. Madam Secretary?
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Ms. Cross?
yes,
Sorry. Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Are there other findings of fact? If not, Chair will entertain a motion that findings of fact cease.
so moved.
Second.
Moved and properly second that findings of fact cease. The questions on the motion? Questions on the motion? There being none, all in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise? Motion carries. Okay, the chair will now entertain a motion with regard to the recommendation to fiscal court regarding the requested zone change. Okay, I'll do it.
I can do it.
Okay.
I would move that, we recommend to fiscal court that, based on the 4 findings of fact that we have, just reviewed, that we, recommend the approval of a zone map amendment from rural residential district to agricultural district for the 10.1 acres of property at 505 Jones Lane.
I second it.
Been moved and properly second that the request for zone change amendment from rural residential to agricultural district for 10.01 acres of property located at 505 Jones Lane be recommended to fiscal court. Are there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? Are there questions on the motion? There being none, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Ms. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
If Mr. Jones is there, or if the Turners are there, your request has been approved. For those who may not have heard the earlier announcement, item number 2 on our agenda, which is a zone map amendment request from rural residential A to rural residential, to agricultural district AG for the 50.0597 acres on Hickman Hill Road is tabled or have been pulled from the agenda for tonight's meeting because of some technical issues. As soon as we get all of those cleared up, we will notify everyone of its presence on the agenda for hearing by the Planning Commission. But your case will not be heard tonight. On the page 2, public hearing. Madam Secretary, if you'll call item 1, please.
Public hearing. In accordance with Kentucky Revised Statute 100.197, adoption of plan elements, periodic amendment, or readoption, the Frankfort Franklin County Planning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of receiving and considering citizen comments regarding the proposal to readopt the current Frankfort Franklin County Comprehensive Plan. If you're going to testify, you will need to stand and be sworn.
Some people might need to sign in yet.
Oh, dear Lord.
No, there's not. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. There is a sheet of paper at the back of the room on the table for people to sign in.
We hung up on Charles.
Get your phone straightened out, please.
That's not mine. Mine's over here humming. At least I finally got it.
We don't have a for this. I didn't see it. And we approved the minutes.
Just a suggestion. The kids turning bus. We just always could be 2 hours.
I thought he was in that. No, we didn't. And you approved the minutes.
Everything still passes if he wasn't there. Let's,
Well,
we'll make the correction. I'll do it now.
Should you talk to him in the room real quick first?
yeah.
To make sure he
Well,
You might have already watched
Because
it.
it
Uh,
kind of high.
We have a technical issue that we must resolve. We'll take a 5-minute break and start again.
I think we still have
I used to love doing that.
Can't find it. Can't find it.
Is it on the, you're looking at the, you got the smart, you got a different use one, and you got a.
want to call the meeting back to order. Sorry about the need for the quick break, but we resolved our issue and we're ready to go again. The first item pertains to the extension of the comprehensive plan for a period of time to allow the development of the new comprehensive plan. And so we're going to ask Eric, if you will, if you'll address this issue.
Sure, you hit most of it. As we've discussed, KRS 100.197 requires either readoption of the current comp plan or amendment to every 5 years. We are running up against that deadline for us. And as we discussed earlier, we're in negotiations with hopes to come to a deal with a consultant to partner with us so that we can do a significant, thorough rewrite involving, all the significant public input and all that good stuff, especially considering we're hopefully coming out of pandemic where we can get together in person like this. So staff's recommending to the commission that we go ahead and readopt for the moment with the knowledge that we are working on a rewrite, the current comp plan. And what that allows us to do is not have to worry so much, and Ed could comment on this if he cared to, that we put ourselves in jeopardy of making decisions in the next 12 to 14 months while we're doing our rewrite, to being challenged in court because we didn't either readopt or amend. That's what staff recommends. I can answer any questions you have.
Yeah,
Okay.
specifically, the motion would be for readoption rather than anything else, because we are going to hold hearings, we are gonna change the comp plan, but we're gonna do it after public input, not just simply a readoption. Okay? This is only for a stopgap period of time.
Yes, sir. Questions by commissioners? And Mr. Logan, rather than asking for questions by the public, there are a number of individuals who signed up and said that they had comments. And I think I'll just...
And I would never be one to want to stop any of those individuals. So let's make sure.
So I was just going to say, maybe I should just call those who signed up for commentary and allow that to happen.
'Cause I don't know
without
if
doing
you're for
questions.
or against, but
Yeah.
the comment is appropriate.
So, Madam Secretary, if you'll go down the list, please.
Melody Van Houten,
Hello. Thank you to the commission for inviting us to speak tonight. My name is Melanie Van Houten, and I'm the founding director of Josephine Sculpture Park in Franklin County. I moved back to my hometown of Frankfort in 2008 with a vision and a passion for my community. I wanted to create a place for families where kids could feel grass under their feet and would be encouraged to believe in their own big ideas and to express themselves fully and authentically. I combined my love for the natural environment with my creative sculptural practice to give something back to my home place in a meaningful way that has proven to be an innovative example of growth and development. Josephine Sculpture Park has resulted in a positive economic impact and stands strong as a social, cultural, and environmental pillar in Franklin County, drawing 30,000 annual visitors. Josephine Sculpture Park is a 30-acre public park with a rotating exhibition of 80 artworks from artists from around the world. We are located along the 127 South Corridor in Franklin County, and we are free and open 365 days per year from dawn until dusk. We operate as a 501c3 nonprofit organization and exist through tremendous support from our community, from individuals and local businesses, because they value our mission and they believe in our vision. We have a dedicated board and staff, as well as an inspiring team of volunteers, partner organizations, and student interns that make JSP a reality in our community. We have been awarded significant grants to support our programs from the National Endowment for the Arts, the Kentucky Arts Council, the Fund for the Arts, and South Arts, to name a few. And we have also been recognized by the Franklin County NAACP, the Kentucky Association of Environmental Educators, and the International Sculpture Center. We are Kentucky's sculpture park, and we are right here in Franklin County. Our mission is to connect people to each other and the land through the arts. We provide creative arts and nature education to our community and transformative opportunities to artists while conserving the beauty of Kentucky's native rural landscape. We offer art and nature camps, which draw kids from across our region because no one else in our entire state can offer the kinds of unique programming that we do. We have been developing these programs with community input for over 10 years, and they continue to grow. Our vision is to be a leader in our community that respects and reflects diverse voices and ideas through shared creative experiences and responsible land stewardship practices. We partner with city, county, and state agencies to develop and follow through on responsible land management plans that provide examples for others to implement on their own properties. So that's who we are. That's who we are committed to, what we are committed to, and will continue to do. But this is what I hope you all will remember about what I have to say tonight. Natural wild spaces and creative cultural experiences are essential to thriving communities. These are the heart and soul of a place. They draw people to locations around the world to visit and to live. In short, they matter. I look forward to actively participating in the upcoming comprehensive planning efforts as a citizen and as the founding director of one of Franklin County's most unique tourist destinations. I encourage others who are involved in the arts, culture, and environmental sectors in our community to also be involved in this process so that these remain important elements and guideposts as we grow and develop in smart and meaningful ways. Thank you all very much for your continued support, and thank you all for your commitment to our community.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Van Houten? In our unusual way of doing business, I have to ask commissioners if they have a question
Sure.
of you,
Yeah,
and are you willing to answer?
absolutely.
Questions by commissioners? There being none, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
John Carlton?
Good evening, Chairman Jackson and Commissioners. My name is John Carlton, and I am the President of the Franklin County Trust for Historic Preservation. My comments may be about 5 minutes or a little over, so I hope that's okay. I would like to emphasize the importance of moving forward with the development and adoption of a new plan, the addition of a historic preservation component, updating the future land use map, and taking at least a year or two to complete this process. We ask that this be a comprehensive rewrite. Frankfort and Franklin County have spent quite a bit of money to rebrand themselves as the bourbon capital of the world, as evident by our Kentucky Distilled logo and all of the bourbon events and exhibits. Frankfort has also taken many steps to encourage historic preservation in its historic overlay districts, which include about 1,100 contributing structures alone, National Register districts, parks system, and more. Our numbers here do not include anything listed outside of the districts nor non-contributing resources. We've also encouraged public history with our historic downtown walking tours. Cove Spring Park, for instance, which has both historic and natural heritage elements, ranks as either the first or second visited park in our park system, depending on how one interprets the numbers. The Commonwealth has crowned us the capital of Kentucky history by endowing us with the Thomas D. Clark Center for Kentucky History, the Kentucky Military History Museum, the Old Capitol, the Kentucky Heritage Council, and the Kentucky Division of Historic Properties. I would like to provide you with hard numbers on the economic impact that all of this brings to the city and county, but unfortunately neither entity has ever performed an economic impact study on the impacts of historic preservation nor the impact of heritage tourism. Some of the easy numbers to provide are that the Kentucky Floral Clock is the most visited attraction in the state, which an estimate given to me by the Kentucky Division of Historic Properties is about 500,000 visitors annually. Buffalo Trace brings in a little under 300,000 people. The Kentucky Historical Society brings over 42,000 people annually. The Frankfort Cemetery estimates it has between 25,000 and 30,000 visitors annually. It's not hard to begin to see the economic benefits just from heritage tourism based on these very rough numbers. In January 2020, Place Economics, an international firm dedicated to understanding the economics of historic preservation and heritage tourism, released a study entitled 24 Reasons Historic Preservation is Good for Your Community. In that study, several reasons were articulated from studies conducted in cities across the United States. Some of the findings were as follows. Historic rehabilitation creates more jobs than does new construction. Just in Savannah, Georgia, rehabilitation created 1.2 more jobs and $62,000 more in income for Savannah's citizens than did the same amount spent on new construction. Historic districts are also job magnets. In Nashville, for instance, while only 3% of jobs are located in historic districts, 11% of all job growth in the city went to the historic districts. Reinvestment into the care of historic properties pays off. In Indianapolis, while 11% of downtown is made up of historic districts, they contribute to disproportionate amount of income generation, 26% of all the jobs downtown. Heritage tourism brings better tourists who spend more money. In Pittsburgh, 44.8% of day visitors and 45.6% of overnight visitors are heritage tourists. These visitors spend more each day in Pittsburgh as compared to visitors with no interest in historic resources. The difference is the heritage premium. For Pittsburgh, that equals an additional $64 million. Just the heritage portion of its tourism industry is responsible for 12,000 direct jobs and an additional 4,500 indirect jobs. I would be glad to provide additional resources on those economic benefits. It is clear, however, based on this data, that the city and county already reap the benefits of historic preservation and heritage tourism. Therefore, the data and funds needed to justify a separate historic preservation component to the comprehensive plan are already available. Robert E. Stipe, who studied the legal and governmental aspects of historic preservation for 45 years, clearly argued in his article, quote, "What is a local preservation plan? Comprehensive plans should include preservation plans, and that those preservation plans should be given the same official status as any other planning element." Eric Damian Kelly and Barbara Becker argued in their book, Community Planning: An Introduction to the Comprehensive Plan, that, quote, "Most effective preservation plans exist in the context of a comprehensive plan, with the comprehensive plan providing the land use and other contextual items for the preservation plan. The emphasis here for us is that a comprehensive plan provides the legal basis for contextualizing and developing historic preservation initiatives in the city and county. A main factor is the future land use map, which, in Franklin County, contributed to the controversy over the National Register property, the Blanton-Crutcher House in Millville, and its tragic demise. Other historic buildings and cultural resources have the potential to be threatened under the current future land use map as well, stressing the need for it to be updated comprehensively. So for all of these reasons and more, we strongly advocate and urge the Commission to give a comprehensive update to the City-County Comprehensive Plan, adopt a historic preservation component, and to update the future land use map with consideration for historic preservation in that process. The Franklin County Trust is happy to work with you, along with city and county leaders and staff, on this and future endeavors. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay.
Any questions?
If you will,
Sure.
hold on a minute. Does any commission member have a question?
Are your, the numbers that were used earlier?
Yes, sir.
The impact of historical preservation as opposed to new construction?
New construction, yes, sir.
Okay, was that potentially, or was that ongoing in the areas in which they, would it be, but if you looked at the city and said, we have these many properties that could be preserved, or is it actually happening?
I can provide you the studies on those, and I would be happy to email that to you all, because I would not want to speak and give incorrect information.
Right. 'Cause I just know that sometimes new construction can have a powerful impact economically, and sometimes in adverse, but you know.
And parts of the study were conducted within the historic districts,
Okay.
but also looking at it as opposed to the non-historic districts. So, but I can, like I said, I can provide that study to you all via an email if you'd like.
I think it'd be all right.
Okay.
Then if you would, please send it to Eric and Robert, and they will make sure that the appropriate information come to the commission.
Eric, I believe you already have that study, is that correct? And I can go ahead and give Mr. Hewitt the study as well. So I'll go ahead and email both of you. Sure, all right.
Mr.
Thank you.
Johnson, I would suggest that we take this study and any others, at the time we give a public hearing and allow it to be submitted that way for purposes of cross-examination or elaboration, and not just submit it tonight. What we've advertised is not that at all, but simply a readoption to get to that.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
You understood?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
We'd be happy to submit it at that time.
So at that time, they'll expect you to
Absolutely. Thank you.
provide you, okay. Madam Secretary.
Ann Stratton.
I have no comment on this. I thought it was signing up for anybody that was supposed to be here tonight.
Okay, thank you. Brent Swager.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brent Swager, resident of the city of Frankfort. And, you know, I know that as a planning commissioner, it doesn't take long sitting up in those seats before you learn the importance of using the comp plan, and especially in using it to determine zoning changes. In fact, you went through one of those, part of that process tonight. But the comp plan really should serve as something much greater than just a tool for zoning changes. So tonight, my comments, I'd like to offer some thoughts as you consider readoption, but also as you move forward towards the update. The comp plan needs to serve as the vision for our community. How do we want to change over time, and what are our goals and steps to help us reach that vision? How do we want development to look and function in the future? Where and what infrastructure will we need to support that type of growth? It should serve as a pathway towards reaching our future self. The comp plan should point us towards creating attractive places with good design, a mixture of land uses that are walkable for everyone from ages 8 to 80 years old. It should identify what natural lands, forests, and farms are important for us to protect and save. And it should work towards building a town where we're building community wealth, rather than sprawling style development that costs more to keep up than the taxes that it brings in. So in my humble opinion, I believe that the comp plan, the current comp plan, needs a lot of work to reach those goals. And that's why we need that comprehensive rewrite. I know you're considering readoption tonight, but moving forward with that comprehensive rewrite is important because it'll create that new vision and pathway. We've had a lot of things change over the last decade or two, and certainly a lot even over the last year. Our understanding of and that includes our understanding of what it takes to build and have a great community. We need a vision that prioritizes the rebuilding of our land that has underperforming or deteriorating buildings. We need to protect our valuable natural resources that provide us clean water, agriculture, food, and rural recreation. We need to identify what housing types we need and will be supported by the market. And we need one that creates great neighborhoods where kids can walk to school and everyone can walk to destinations, including close by parks. So, I support the readoption of the current comp plan under the condition that the overhaul and creation of this new vision, the new comp plan, moves forward. But let me just add one little other caveat to this. I believe that the new comp plan update actually should also include the reform of our zoning code, because the zoning code and our future land use map and the elements of the comp plan work hand in glove. We need to move to a more modern form-based zoning code, and I believe that we need to do it with a qualified planning firm that understands this type of work and has the experience in developing that. So this approach might take a little more time. I know that we want to move forward. Staff had said that maybe in the realm of 12 to 14 months to push forward with the update. That's good, but if we take a little more time and consider the zoning code along with the comp plan, I think it's going to be worth it. This approach of reforming the zoning code and updating the comp plan will make the development process work smoother, add predictability and order to our development, and ensure that we get the type of development that the citizens of Frankfort deserve.
Other questions by commissioners?
Mr. Swigert, you addressed updating the zoning codes themselves. Can you give us any examples of zoning codes you feel that are currently not addressing the needs of the community, and why?
Well, I'll speak sort of generally. Most of our zoning is single-use type of zoning. So you are only allowed, for example, a certain type of residential home to be built in a spot, or a certain type of commercial building. There's not the flexibility to mix these different land uses together. And you're going to have a much better, more walkable development if you can define the form of the buildings. So that when I mentioned form-based code, you define the form and then you allow a lot of flexibility in their uses. So I would say most of our zones are single use. We do have some that have some flexibility, but most of them are single use. And so what we end up is with development that is isolated uses and they're spread out.
You're speaking specifically to multi-density housing, or it just, I guess, single use, how would
Single
you
use, so single family houses, you have shopping centers that only have retail, you have professional office zoning that only has professional offices, okay, rather than where you can have buildings that contain residential and offices, or residential and commercial, or even within the same area, different types of residences. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sway.
Tony Hetty.
We thought we were supposed to be doing attendance.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well, that's fine.
We're on the other chart of the agenda.
Okay. Larry Cardwell. Okay. Betty Bashir.
Thank you all. My name is Betty B. Shore. I've lived on the Elkhorn Creek since 1985 and have witnessed the increased demand on the creek over that time period. The City of Frankfort and Franklin County promote the Elkhorn Creek as a tourist attraction for its natural beauty. This fuels the economy and provides jobs. But at what cost to the Elkhorn, who is protecting her? Recent land acquisitions allow driveways, floodplain development, bulldozing right up to the water's edge, new buildings, and tree removal. Everybody wants a piece of the Elkhorn. It is a very important time to act. The comprehensive plan process could do more than just provide public access so more people can enter the creek safely. And although this is important, more people only add to the impact on an already undermanaged resource. The comprehensive plan could include protection for the riparian area along the edge of the creek. It could require the development of a water quality management plan with the Kentucky Division of Water to identify sensitive structural areas that support aquatic ecosystems. Ask yourself what makes the Elkhorn Creek, the Benson Creek, the Kentucky River so unique, and what can we do as a community to manage and protect these resources for future generations? And as Melanie said, wild places matter. Thank you.
Robin Antonucci.
Yeah.
Questions?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioners. I will be brief. I just wanted to come to you tonight to speak to, first of all, Robin Antonucci with the Frankfort Franklin County Tourist Commission. I understand what comments have been made earlier about the comprehensive plan update and the extension that is statutorily required, and agree with all of that. I simply wanted to come to you tonight to request that the Tourist Commission be involved in the update and rewrite of the comprehensive plan going forward. We feel that tourism is an important driver in our community and should be considered as one of the factors in the rewrite and the changes you will consider. The growth and maintenance and sustainability of our tourism assets, as you've heard from some of the speakers earlier, is very important going forward. And so we look forward to being involved and helping out however we can. Thank you.
Question? Thank you, Ms. Angelou.
Michael Mueller,
Nothing to say on this part here.
thank you. Chris Schimmer,
I'd like to clarify that right now I'm going to read comments from Rich Rosen. That's why I have Rich Rosen there. And then I'm later on the list as well. So I'll be coming up for me later, if that's okay. Okay, so these are comments on behalf of Rich Rosen, a resident of 417 Wapping Street, Frankfort, Kentucky. The Frankfort Franklin County Comprehensive Plan is in need of updating, Rich says. My understanding is that the due date for the revised plan is passed or will be shortly. Rather than hurrying to complete a revised plan as soon as possible, I would rather take the time necessary to create a well thought out plan. Therefore, I am in favor of readopting the current comp plan, but only for a period not to exceed 2 years. During these 2 years, work should begin immediately to assemble a competent committee, seek input from people and businesses, and create a thoughtful plan that will serve as a blueprint for growth in the coming years. A delay at this time actually has its benefits. I feel that society and business are about to undergo significant changes as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. People have learned that in many cases they can effectively work from home. This has the potential for businesses to shed office space and connect with their employees electronically. So how much office space will be vacant as a result? How will it affect people's decision on where to live if they no longer have to commute to work? What will be the demographics of people who therefore desire to live in Frankfort? In addition, people have become comfortable with Zoom meetings. This might greatly reduce the amount of business travel, resulting in fewer airline flights, hotel nights, and business dinners. How might these changes affect the needs for housing and businesses in Frankfort? Hopefully in the next year or two, we might gain some clarity on these trends and how they affect the comprehensive plan. There is another trend that looms on the horizon, the mass adoption of electric vehicles. I have one myself. If tens of millions of cars, trucks, and buses require electrical energy rather than fossil fuel energy, are the traditional electrical generation transmission companies going to be able to meet that demand? If so, some changes are going to be needed. Our comp plan should identify brownfield sites that could be used for solar arrays. An ordinance should make it simple for people to gain approval for rooftop arrays on their homes or businesses. I feel that the next decade will bring many changes, the two I have mentioned plus others that we might be oblivious to. So the last component to our new comp plan should be a commitment to shorten the time between the future comp plan revisions. Revising the plan every 5 years seems like the prudent thing to do. Wishing you clear vision and abundant personal energy as you undertake this important work for our community. And I'm not going to entertain questions for Rich Rosen. So.
Jane Julian.
So glad we're meeting in person because I can give you all some handouts to read. Ms. Cross.
I said, I typed that slow because I knew you read slow.
Okay, let's see. I'll just read this. I'm Jane Julian, and I live at 1915 Louisville Road. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time and attention. Before I begin my remarks this evening, I'd like to read from 1 Corinthians chapter 15, beginning at verse 51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. I think we can all agree that we've been changed and that we've had to change in the past 16 months, and that our lives from now on will have to be markedly different from the way they were before the pandemic. We have all been given a chance for a new life, and as part of that new life, I know that we can revise our comprehensive plan and make it the best plan we've ever had. Because we've been given this new life, we have the opportunity and the obligation to rewrite this plan so that it will be a strong guide to a wondrous future for our city and county. But we're not going to have a chance at a wondrous future if we don't learn to protect and nurture our natural resources, including our productive farmland. Franklin County has a strong, successful, and most interesting agricultural history. But we can only continue to have a great agricultural present and future if we work now to protect and sustain all our wonderful and necessary resources. Since World War II, conventional development has proceeded with little and no regard for the effects that such development has on its adjoining land, water, and air, not to mention the very adverse effects on neighboring property owners. In other words, the conventional development that people have been doing for the past 76 years has to change into a new life, a life where we respect the land that literally feeds us. It is now imperative that we work together to plan a life where we thrive in awe, respect, love, and joy for this land. If we don't hasten to do this now, we'll end up living in fear of a devastated land that can no longer feed and nurture us, but land that will be a threat to our physical, mental, and spiritual health. We can only accomplish our wondrous and mutual future if we sign on for robust and aggressive planning and zoning that includes all the people in our community. It is my fervent wish that our gathering here tonight is the beginning of such a planning process. Thank you.
Ms. Julian, since you are familiar with our process,
Yes.
I need to ask if the commissioners have questions that they would like to direct in you.
Okay. And I thought usually you ask if people in the audience have questions.
Well, no, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
No.
That's,
Okay.
that's a different public hearing. Do you all have questions of Ms. Julian? They're satisfied with your statement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Andy McDonald.
Good evening. My name is Andy McDonald. I'm a resident of Franklin County. A thorough and thoughtful update of our Frankfort-Franklin County Comprehensive Plan is needed. The world has changed significantly since the previous update of the comprehensive plan, and more changes can be expected in the years to come. Some of the specific issues that should be considered within the updated comprehensive plan include the following. 1, improving community resilience to climate change and weather extremes. Extreme weather events such as 100-year floods, droughts, heat waves are becoming more common due to climate change. What are our community's specific vulnerabilities to climate change and weather extremes? How can we prepare for these changes, strengthen vulnerable areas, and improve Frankfort's resilience? 2nd, preparing for large-scale solar developments. Large-scale solar projects, occupying anywhere from several acres to thousands of acres, are being developed throughout the United States as the cost of solar energy continues to fall. In Kentucky, over 30 large-scale merchant solar plants have applications pending before the Kentucky Public Service Commission. These solar plants are playing an important role in the transition of our energy system away from fossil fuels, another major change that will be unfolding over the next 20 years. These solar projects offer important economic development benefits to their host communities. However, as these facilities can occupy hundreds, if not thousands, of acres of land, their development should be managed with respect for all of a community's values and priorities. The comprehensive plan should be updated to include consideration of large-scale solar development within Franklin County. Some issues to be considered: priority areas for solar development, identification of brownfields and industrial areas suitable for solar development, identifying optimal locations relative to the existing electric grid infrastructure, identifying areas unsuitable for solar development, identifying strategies for mitigating potential negative impacts of solar developments, such as protecting view sheds, taking advantage of the co-benefits of solar developments, such as incorporating pollinator habitat on solar sites, and incorporating solar into the community's development goals. 3rd, responding to other societal changes, such as the expected growth in electric vehicle usage and the need for electric vehicle infrastructure, the need for affordable, energy-efficient housing, the shift to a net zero carbon economy over the next 25 years, and the dramatic changes that will entail, the need to support and expand local agricultural production, local farms, and our local food economy. Thank you for your consideration of my concerns.
Are there questions by commissioners? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Rex and Sabrina Cummins.
Yes, my apologies. I'm actually here for the business section too.
Chris Schimler.
Good evening. It's good to be here. My name is Chris Schimler. I'm president of Envision Franklin County. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments. I support the comments made previously and want to highlight 2 areas real briefly. 1, rural areas. Our farms, forests, river, creeks, and parks are natural assets that we continually promote when we promote Frankfort and Franklin County. Out-of-towners always say, it's so beautiful here. And we agree with that. You know, our land is not only part of our identity, it's fundamental to our strength and resilience, both economically and socially. But we can't take it for granted. Too often with planning and zoning, we focus on the built environment. I believe it's time for us to embrace the idea that our natural infrastructure is key to our successful development, and that we need to approach the comprehensive plan with the understanding that the land and water and our wild places are assets that must be stewarded well. 2, equity. Our built environment has not served everyone equally. This comprehensive planning process must make a concerted effort to include minority and underserved communities so we can do a better job in planning for infrastructure, housing, schools, and other amenities that work for everyone and fix what we haven't fixed in the past. Finally, Envision Franklin County supports the readoption of the current plan as it is on 2 conditions. One, that we not rush into the immediate revision. I really appreciate that negotiations are going to start immediately. It's nice to know that, we're just not going to drop the ball on this. But I really caution you all to maybe hit the pause button a little bit, digest what you've heard tonight, understand that there's a lot of changing factors right now. After we readopt the plan as it is, there's no mandated time when it needs to be rewritten. So maybe we could look at a 2-year window instead of a 14-month window and get it done right. The equity issues might require a consultant to come in that's experienced with engaging with underserved minority communities so we can do it right and not just offer a gesture in that regard. We need to do it right. The changing energy environment is something that is very complex that we need to get right. And I feel that if we commit to doing it right, that we should also strongly consider rebidding this so we have a larger pool of consultants to choose from, because I personally feel very uncomfortable that we only had one bid on a consultant, and it's the same consultant who did our last plan last time around. It just doesn't sit really well with me. And I think you ought to, as a body, consider rebidding this instead of just rushing through it. So that's the first condition. I know that was a really long one. The second condition is that Envision Franklin County supports the idea that the zoning code be rewritten to make it more modern. Form code has great advantages for our community and would help make us operate in a more aligned fashion with the comprehensive plan. The last comprehensive plan rewrite, Envision and many other people were intimately involved in it and spent many months and a lot of effort in it. But the result was very dissatisfactory to many of us because the zoning code never got rewritten to conform to the comprehensive plan. So we had this great community vision that had good ideas, but we never saw it implemented on the detail, on the day-to-day detail level, because the zoning code stayed static. I think we ought to hit the pause button on the comp plan revision, rewrite the zoning code to modernize it, and then take our time and rebid for a consultant, and then move into, with a fresh zoning code that desperately needs updating, then move into the comp plan. So those are our two big ideas. So in conclusion, we're entering a new era where everything from work to transportation is undergoing major changes. In order to meet these challenges, we need a plan that's smart, flexible, and true to the community's vision. And Envision looks forward to working with each one of you, and we request that we have a seat on the steering committee once the comp plan revision starts. Thank you very much.
Are there questions? Ms. Shum?
I have one question. We don't have we do have a time frame. We have to get this done. Is that correct? It's not open-ended till the end of time. We have to, by statute, we have to get this done, huh?
Even if we readopt this, the maximum length of time is 5 years. It's not open-ended forever. We have to do it by statute at least every 5 years. We have run up to a time where we didn't have a proposal,
Right.
and we either readopt this or somebody's gonna come in and say, you're gonna have to adopt one. And then we would be rushed into doing it, and I think that's, no, you can't. And I think that's inappropriate. Okay, thank you, now you can, Chris.
Yeah, so don't get me wrong, I don't want it to be open-ended either. I think like a 2-year time frame would be appropriate, but I also don't want to rush it and then mess up things that we could do a lot better. Thanks.
Okay,
There are no other names on the list.
thank you. Now, the chair will entertain a motion to extend or to readopt the current plan, and rather than sitting and waiting, I'll offer the motion.
I'll second.
Well, let me do the motion first.
Motion, yeah. Well, I thought you were just making a motion.
I offer the motion that the Planning Commission readopt the current Frankfort, Franklin County Comprehensive Plan to serve until a new plan is adopted and becomes effective.
Are you done?
That's it.
I'll second.
Moved and properly second. Questions? Question?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
To Mr. Logan, how does that work? I mean, is that, the motion here, does it need to be more confined, or would we have to be more definitive?
No, I don't think so. We've got a maximum. We can't go past 5 years. If you want to set a minimum on it, that's fine, but the motion is till you get this other one done and in place, which we're starting on. I anticipate it could be 12 months, but then again, it could be 16. So.
5 years for what? Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? There being none, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Ms. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Did we get Mr. Stewart on that?
Mr. Stewart's now participating in the meeting.
Okay. Okay. Motion carries. Madam Secretary, if you would, please call item number 2 on the public hearing.
Public hearing, text amendment to Article 4 of the Franklin County zoning ordinance, table of permitted uses relating to the addition of kayak and canoe, water trailhead launch and pickup parking in the limited commercial CL zoning district.
I didn't know if I was gonna be sworn in there.
Yes,
You will be. Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Now, let's just state your name for the record.
Natalie Flores Esquivel.
And what is your position with regard to this item tonight?
Regional and Transportation Planner
Okay. And where are you a regional planner?
at the Bluegrass Area Development District.
And have you provided tonight a copy of your vita for consideration by the board?
Yes,
And does that set forth your training, education, experience in the area of planning?
yes,
How many years have you been involved in planning?
about 3 years.
And with regard to that, did you review this application and make a recommendation?
I did.
Okay. And would you briefly indicate to the commission what your recommendation is?
Before she does that, Mr. Logan, if you will allow me, could we please have individuals who wish to speak for or against, please sign
I think
the sheet.
reaffirm, I think they signed before. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter?
On this matter, no, we're on the next matter.
Okay. Now, would you please briefly give a summary to the commission of your findings and recommendations?
Absolutely, and I do hope this is brief enough. To give a little bit of history, the proposal to add kayak canoe launch pickup as a permitted use in the rural limited commercial district CL zone was submitted on April 28th by Mrs. Andrea Mueller and was brought before the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee meeting on May 19th. Currently, the Franklin County Chart of Permitted Uses within the zoning ordinance does not include the use of kayak and canoe water trailhead launch and pickup parking. During the review of the proposal, staff found that this request fit into the goals of the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan, such as with Goal 4, Policy 5 on page 19, and Goal 7, Policy 8 on page 22. Staff also noted that similar outdoor water-based recreation, such as beaches, boating, and fishing areas, were allowable under conditional use in agricultural, general highway, and highway commercial zones. Other considerations for the text amendment included potential parking, environmental, and sanitary sewer concerns. During the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee meeting, the wording was changed from the original staff recommendation from Franklin County Health Department approves of septic wastewater treatment for any restrooms provided, to Franklin County Health Department approve of any restrooms provided, due to concerns that some kayak and canoe launching locations may not provide restrooms or provide only portable restrooms. After this change was made, the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee voted to pass the text amendment unanimously, and there was no further comment. Due to similar outdoor water-based recreation being allowed as a conditional use in AG, CG, and CH zones, the approval of this text unanimously by the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee, and that this request is substantiated by goals relating to economic growth, recreation, and tourism, including along the Kentucky River, within the Frankfort, Franklin County Comprehensive Plan. Staff recommends the approval of the proposed text amendment as presented.
Have you reduced this to writing? Thank you. I would move that it be introduced into the record. If we have to give it a second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other additions or deletions to your staff report, Madam?
I believe so. I apologize. I did receive some emails from Mrs. Mueller that I would like to, just for transparency's sake, would like to put on the record.
Certainly.
So,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Is there anything else?
That is all that I have. I welcome questions.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the staff report be filed with the record in lieu of this testimony and work back to the examination.
So ordered.
Do commissioners have questions? Natalie?
Mr. Jackson,
Yes, sir.
I actually have multiple questions, so.
Go ahead.
Try to make it as simple as possible, we discussed earlier. This may actually be a better question for Mr. Hewitt or Mr. Judah. I guess my biggest question is, do we need a separate conditional use for canoe and kayak when we already have boating areas as a permitted use in ag? Would it be simpler and cleaner to extend boating use or boating areas to CL?
I believe that the boating uses that are currently there include motorized boating. I'm not sure if if it would be simpler to just move boating to a conditional use. I'm not sure that it would be up to the decision of the committee whether they wanted motorized watercraft in the commercial district.
As it is a conditional use, we'd still have to approve that.
Sure.
My question to Mr. Judah and Mr. Hewitt is, are canoes and kayaks currently being launched from boating areas? I think so. We're just gonna say.
Yes. Please swear right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Could you repeat the question, Mr.
The
Wilson?
question is, well, from start to finish, is with boating areas already being permitted in agriculture and CG and CH, would it be simpler and cleaner to just extend boating areas to CL if canoes and kayaks are being currently launched from boat ramps? So why
That
do
is
we-
one way to have addressed it, yes.
Okay, so, I guess that may answer my question. Are boat ramps currently being used to launch canoes and kayaks?
Yes.
Okay. Second question is, well, that would answer all the questions if we could move forward with that as an option. The second question is, we do not, if this does go through as a conditional use as canoe and kayak, should we start with agricultural use first and add that to the conditional use of CL and AG, considering that most of our boating and recreational activities are covered under AG currently, and this would make our plan a little disjointed by only allowing them in CL when they may or may not, possibly may, yes, currently being used as boating areas. Because it seems like we're limiting the use of CL in favor of ag with all these provisions that are put upon it.
Sure, and I believe that would be at the discretion of the commission this evening. What the ad staff has presented to you is just what came out of the committee.
Okay.
I would say that if you're interested in adding or proposing an amendment to include kayaks in the ag district, just bear in mind that the majority of rural zoning in the county is rural residential, which also allows for agricultural activity. So you may want to group that in it as well.
And I agree, additional to conditional use, I have no problem adding another zone to that. I guess my clarification was, back to the original question, is it necessary to have a specific conditional use for canoes and kayaks when we already have boating area?
Well, only in that it helps specify the exact type of watercraft it is. It's not totally necessary. That would be, if it's grouped under boating, it would be an interpretation by the administrative staff at the time.
So we would still, even if it's grouped under boating, they would still have to come back to us as a conditional use to approve or disapprove the watercraft, et cetera, or that use of the land.
Well, the Board of Zoning Adjustments, but
Yes.
yes, it would be heard by a board.
Okay.
It'd be a public meeting, yes.
And this may be a question to you, Natalie, as well. There were a couple of provisions, if we move forward with canoe and kayak, not boating areas. Actually, we'll hold that question. Robert, one question. Under boating, are the requirements to be approved by the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife and the Franklin County Health Department required under current boating areas, as in, I know multiple boating ramps in the county, there's no facilities at all. So what will be the logic of adding this to canoe and kayak, specifically the Health Department and Fish and Wildlife, specifically Fish and Wildlife, and how are they going to approve? Because my understanding is that's not much oversight, but they don't have that oversight. Is that correct?
Well, this analysis, once again, was prepared by the Bluegrass ad. I was not involved in this case through the zoning update committee whatsoever. That discussion was specific. That's the,
Yeah, Rob, what, the reason Bluegrass had is in this
Right.
is that we do not want to create a conflict of interest with our staff. So if you'd like to address those questions that Bluegrass had.
Whoever would like to
Yeah,
answer those
thank
questions
you.
is
And
fine.
Robert won't take a chance.
No, that's fine, I understand.
As for the voting, the zoning relating to voting, I'm not sure of that. The reason why that wording was first created in the text amendment was generally for two reasons. One, to make sure that the water was able to be used by canoes, kayaks, and other citizens. There are some segments of waterway that are disallowed to be used for recreational purposes due to pollution based off of the Clean Water Act, and so this is something that we think should be checked or addressed. And then the other one is to make sure that there isn't any potential way to contaminate drinking water if a drinking water intake area was near the launch site. Those were our two concerns that brought those into the text amendment.
Do you know if Franklin County currently has boating ramps near a water intake site?
I do not know that.
Okay. So, that's probably all the questions I have. Am I able to continue talking just in general, Chairman Jackson?
Go ahead.
Okay. Based on the testimony, and thank you so much for putting this together. It does seem simpler for us to extend boating areas into CL, just as a cleanliness of our zoning codes. Not an understanding, but a general statement, the canoes and kayaks are a very low-intensity boating use for any waterway, and it seems punitive that they have specific requirements that boating areas do not. Since both of these are conditional uses, regardless of a boat ramp, a future boat ramp coming to us, we would still have to approve it. We would still have to comply with clean waters. It would still have to apply with permitted areas versus polluted areas, et cetera. So it's unnecessary, my personal opinion, it's unnecessary language. And to the board, my recommendation would be to consider voting areas as part of CL and not go down the path of adding a specific canoe and kayak exemption. That's my statement.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? We've got Natalie. There's questions of Natalie.
I have a question, yes.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Are we potentially getting ahead of the Fish and Wildlife and the Health Department by possibly approving something before they have actually endorsed it and approved it? Or have they already done this and we're just extending it?
This would be to, from the zoning ordinance update committee, it was mentioned that even if it's sanitary sewer or if it's a portable restroom, that the health department would approve those and would permit those. And so that is why that the health department is included. As for the, did you say the Department of Fish and Wildlife or the Department of Water? I'm
Yes,
so sorry.
yes, that's who you have listed here, yes.
Okay.
Kentucky Department of Fish. Have they already approved these kayak accesses at different areas of the state?
I'm unsure if they have approved them in different areas of the state. They're just the regulatory body, so that is why we would defer to them for approval of any permits necessary.
There's always legal liability issues.
Yes, I want to make sure the public is safe.
Okay, Mr. Looney?
Well, my question is kind of a follow-up on Mr. Lester's, just trying to make sure I'm understanding. This seemed really specific, and so why add it versus, what doesn't boating area provide that this has unique, other than the canoe and kayak? It just seemed really, really specific, and you can do it another way. What am I missing there?
I just think that we didn't consider looking at, we consider looking at boating to see what other zones allowed for water-based uses. But because the request was for a kayak and canoe launch, I believe that's why we focused it to kayak and canoe launches and parking.
So, follow up on that for clarification. If the applicant had asked for a boating area, not a specifically canoe kayak,
We would have gone and researched boating areas and made a recommendation on whether or not to approve a text amendment based off of a boating area in this zone.
But she could have launched a kayak in a boating area. I mean, it doesn't, that's what it seems to be. There's a split here, is she applied for a boating area, would she still, but simply to do that and then launch kayaks with nothing else other than that, would that be?
I believe there would be nothing that would keep somebody from launching a kayak or canoe from a boating area, correct?
okay, so then my question is this ordinance necessary? Specifically, if it simply is a boating area and there's nothing precluding anyone from launching a canoe kayak from a current existing boating ramp or a future boating ramp, then this particular ordinance, a couple areas, or at least as it's written, do seem a little flawed and unnecessary.
If that's the opinion of the commission, then to do boating instead of a canoe kayak specifically, I have nothing detrimental to say to that.
But in fact, you think if she was granted a boating, the person, any party was not rather than kayak, but a boat launch, that she could not be, that person could not be restrictive and say, oh no, we're only going to have kayaks launched here. I mean, would it be this might even be protecting of the person who's developing a launch? I mean, would it maybe she wants to, that person wants to be restrictive, and that might not allow it.
I am unsure of that because I have not, that was not my focus.
Yeah.
But that was my concern. If this is off the top of my head, if this were to go to boating, could there be restrictions on the type of boating? Because there are some waterways in which you wouldn't want a motorized watercraft. This would It may be something that's conditional use and has to go already to another board, but that board would possibly say yes or no to the construction, and not necessarily yes or no to each individual watercraft. And so I think that may open up for motorized watercraft to be on in a body of water where it may not be, don't necessarily want to say permissible, but expected or reasonable.
Yep. So a kayak launch is, I would think, would be somewhat less complex to build and develop as opposed to boats.
I would expect that.
Ms. Cross.
Well, all this has confused me. The voting areas is for AG, CG, and CH. So it appears to me that there's an effort to get at least the kayak and canoes into limited commercial, which is CL.
Correct.
So I think when zoning amendments met, we were looking at it at a completely different angle in that we were trying to give the canoes and kayaks an opportunity to be in limited commercial, whereas we might not be wild about having a speedboat in that area. So I think that's how we got there. But nobody at that meeting brought up all of this other, so. Does that make sense? Isn't that how I remember it? So, are we saying that we think it should anything that has to do with kayak and canoes should go to boating areas, and we ought to be considering adding limited commercial to boating areas? Or are we saying they should go to boating areas and nobody should be in limited commercial? Y'all have lost me.
What you're saying makes more sense if we're trying to say we want non-motorized crafts. In CL, we only want to allow launching of non-motorized crafts, and it doesn't make sense to put it up in boating, because then it wouldn't do that. So that actually makes a lot more sense when you say it that way. If that's the intent, I think.
I think that's the intent, but I think there's also preclusions that are already in place as a conditional use that would prevent exactly the scenarios that you're envisioning because of polluted waterways, small use waterways, et cetera. No one's going to put a speedboat on the Elkhorn. Or at least they won't go very far if they do. So I guess my point is, we're not looking, I think we're maybe getting confused as a single point of use as opposed to as a zone change, because there are other areas that are CL that could be completely appropriate for a boat ramp that are not on the Elkhorn, not on a limited use waterway. And by making this so restrictive, we preclude additional use, because I believe that we all would like to see more use of our natural resources, specifically tourism, et cetera, on the Elkhorn, on the river, et cetera. I just believe as it's written, it's unnecessary. I think that it does fall under boating, because boating, as it stands, you do launch canoes and kayaks from boating ramps. So they're already built into the current AG, CL, or AG, CG, and CH, and we are restricting CL probably unnecessarily.
So are you saying that you think we should add CL to boating areas?
Yes.
Instead of what we're doing now?
I think that's the cleanest, and gives us as a board more control over what comes to us, because this is a conditional use, not permitted use. And we might have this conversation 2 weeks, 3 months with someone who has appropriate CL property, that they're gonna have to jump through more hoops to get them changed to AG or CG or CH, as opposed to just hearing the case being a CL.
This is a text amendment, it won't be coming back to us.
Right.
It'll be working through staff.
It's still a conditional use, though, would come back to us.
Well, Mr. Lee, what was Mr. Lee's comment?
The conditional use is a traditional priority of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. It only comes to the Planning Commission if there's a zone change that has with it a simultaneous conditional use request that the applicant would want to be heard at the same time by the Planning Commission, meaning the zone change and the conditional use, as opposed to waiting to the next month to go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment if the Planning Commission grant a zone change. So you're trying to do it simultaneously.
Okay, my mistake. I guess the point I was making, being conditional use, the staff would then have at their discretion to look at all the factors we've just discussed to grant or not grant. And currently the way it's written, they're limited to their discretion at the current point.
It might be appropriate, Natalie, if you permit, to have a conversation about what actually was submitted to the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee as it relates to this request. There was an individual applicant who happened to have property that's zoned CL, who wanted permission to do a conditional use in that use. And so the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee looked at that request. It did not expand the applicant's request to be something that is generalized in nature, which is what we're having a conversation about now, as opposed to whether or not applicant ABC can actually provide restroom facilities and et cetera on a piece of property that they own, that they have, that is a CL zone property. And that's what the Zoning Ordinance Committee, Update Committee was looking at. And now we're expanding it, and I don't have a problem with us expanding it because the Planning Commission can do that. But the Planning Commission usually, procedurally, take an application from an individual unless fiscal court or the city commission ask us to look at something in particular, or this Planning Commission says we want to look at something in particular and send that to the Zoning Ordinance Update Committee, and then it becomes a general look and conversation. Otherwise, it's taking an applicant's request and seeing how to recommend to this body how that request, if possible, can be accommodated. And so if you don't have 10 folk out there who have properties on CL on which they want to provide that service, then yes, it's going to be myopic in its presentation because it's only dealing with one property owner.
Correct.
And so if we want to expand that, we can do that with the Planning Commission. And I don't want to say it flippantly like that, I just did, but, you know, we have the ability to expand it.
I agree. And no, and I guess to my point though, exactly as you described it, this particular amendment is coming to us for one specific use by one specific applicant. But we are making it a generalization by adding it to our conditional uses, and that's what we need to look at. Specifically, back to the question is if this applicant had asked either just to be rezoned into another zone that allows for voting areas, or had come to us to allow voting areas in CL, we might be having a different conversation. There seems to be an unnecessary amount of burden on this one specific case, when other zones do not have to live up to these criteria.
And if that's what you're proposing, then what we need to do is simply put a C in the line going across that it says boating areas, and simply put in parentheses the kayak and canoe, water trailhead, launch, and pickup parking. Just put it in that same line.
Yes.
And put a C under CL.
That's what I'm proposing, yes.
And then I have to ask staff, does that create administrative issues for them to be able to administer that? Natalie? You're front and center.
To your question, no, I do not believe so. You asked if that would create issues with changing or bringing that over, and I do not believe it would create any issues.
All right.
Well, and that may make this question moot, but, because I was gonna say if you, the intent wasn't to necessarily exclude this new category from AG, CG, or CH. But if you add it in here and only listed under CL, then if somebody else came and wanted to do a canoe and kayak in AG, it wouldn't be a conditional use. At that point, you have to deny it if it's done as written.
If it doesn't specify conditional use, you can't just create.
Does that make sense what I'm asking? Is that, I don't think that was the intent, to limit it in those, was it?
I don't know what the intent was.
That makes sense, I mean, that, if we move it up, I guess it's fine. It seems like we want the criteria to go to Fish and Wildlife and Division of Water to carry forth on it, wherever it would be put though. So it would have to go to all four of those areas, right? The language?
So if we put them in all four the others, we would then have to limit the other uses. So you still have a boat dock that doesn't have these criteria, but if you put in canoe and kayak, it suddenly would have to have these criteria. So it starts opening up worms.
Okay, once you move the, yeah.
Yeah. So boating would then have to comply with these additional, if we spread it all the way across.
Right, so like you'd want it to be all or none, right? So to have them all have it, or have none of them have it.
Yeah.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir. This is legal counsel. Yes, sir.
The applicant speak, let's
Yes.
see what this is.
Yeah. Well,
Can you finish with now?
Yes,
make sure that we're done
Thank you.
with questions of Natalie. Now, well, she's not there any longer, but this is the point at which I have to ask. If the applicant have a question of Natalie. Are you the applicant?
Yes, my wife is, yes. Want to come up? No.
Yes, sir, you have to come up and identify yourself and ask your question.
All right. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Michael Muller, Andrea Muller's husband, and we're the applicant. So Bluegrass Ad got involved because, I'm an elected official. So basically, I think most of y'all are aware of the old Buck Run Church. My wife and I bought it. We're restoring it. We're doing some things. We just wanted to offer, I think like Mrs. Bashir said earlier, the Elkhorn Creek is a beautiful thing. And one of the complaints I think everybody here gets is there's not enough put-ins and takeouts. There's one on the corner near us, near the campground. It's very dangerous. So all we wanted to do was offer to use our parking lot so people could launch kayaks safely. We have a big parking lot. No harm, no foul. We just want to do it the right way. So she wanted to put it on our development plan just to make sure we're on the up and up. So when I saw the email, I was a little confused because the Bluegrass Ad mentions restrooms, which I know I don't know how many other launch ramps in Franklin County, and none of them have restrooms.
So I don't know why we would have to, but we're willing to do whatever to help the community. The next thing would be that the two agencies.
Okay, now, Ms. Mueller, I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but you're supposed to be asking a question of Natalie.
Oh,
This is not
okay.
this is not your presentation.
Okay.
And I kept looking at my legal counsel because I figured he was going to get me straight.
That's fine. So I guess my question is, does the Division of Water and the Division of Fish and Wildlife have mechanisms in place to deal with kayak launch ramps?
For the construction of any ramps, I believe there is a permitting process. For non-construction, that is where I'm not sure. I still think that there is a way to check to see if that water is unsafe based off of the Clean Water Act. And so that would still be a concern to make sure that the section of waterway is still available for use recreationally.
So when
Okay.
I call, can I answer?
Not yet.
Oh,
You can
okay.
ask another question. But your presentation is after we
Oh,
turn
okay,
her
okay.
loose.
I guess also, why is it that we would be required to offer restrooms when none of the other kayak launch ramps have them in Franklin County?
This was something that was not anymore, based off of the zoning ordinance update committee, this was something that was removed. It was never an intention to require restrooms, but that any restrooms provided goes through the correct permitting process. Now it still says if any restrooms, instead of having specific sanitary and sewer or wastewater, it does say any restrooms provided. Meaning if you have none, then there is no approval necessary.
Okay, you don't have any other questions of Natalie?
Not of Natalie, no, sir.
Wait a minute, I gotta ask one more. Does any member of the public have a question of Natalie? Seeing none, hearing none? Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
Good job. Would the applicant please approach the podium and
Thank
then
you.
you can make your
And
presentation.
thank you all for your service here. I think I kind of explained.
You need to be sworn in, sorry. Swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I guess like I said earlier, it sounds like there's a lot of conversation going on as far as zoning and ordinance and changes. You know, we're just the applicant on this one piece of property that we're trying to kind of help the community out, you know, give them a safe place to launch ramps. When I talked to Division of Water, they said they have no mechanisms in place. So if this is put on, say us, that we have to go to Division of Water to get approval of this, they have no mechanisms to approve anything. I called the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I talked to one of the engineers. He said unless you are building something, you would have to permit that through the Corps of Engineers, and then they would be required to be on site. But we're not building anything. Literally, it's walking on, you know, right into the creek. Parking lot goes right into the creek. So they would have no mechanisms to deny or approve us. So that's the problem that we have with the verbiage in this, is that I don't want to be hamstrung and you all say this is great, but go get these approvals and then we'll approve it, because we will not be able to do that. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And my wife's sorry she couldn't be here, but she's still dealing with a broken leg, so.
Okay. Does any commissioner have questions of Mr. Mueller? Mr. Legal Counsel, do you have questions?
Actually, I have one. You mentioned your parking lot goes into the creek. Is there currently a ramp of some type there, or is it?
There's turf.
Okay.
Yeah, there's probably 20 or 25 feet of turf in between the parking lot to the water edge. Yes. But we will not need to construct anything because it's pretty much shelf rock the whole way. So that's.
So the Corps wouldn't draft to try to pull your parking lot into an entire, say, okay, you're, that's not with us, but even Mr. Corps of Engineers not building anything, but they wouldn't all of a sudden say, well, you got a parking lot now, that becomes part of the assembly. You've got that covered, okay, yeah.
I do have a quickie question.
Yes, ma'am.
Having been told by staff that if you don't have restrooms, then you don't need all of the permissions, et cetera, does that ease your mind on that
Yes,
aspect
ma'am.
of it?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Looney.
I mean, I assume we could just change that approval to say if necessary or required. That way you could get something that says, we don't, if you're not building anything, you don't need to, I get that, that would cover if somebody is coming to build a ramp, but it wouldn't free that up, is that what?
You're talking about the sentence in red?
Yeah. just
Oh,
word-
that says for any restrooms provided.
I meant
That's,
for the first part, not the restrooms, the Kentucky Division of Water and Fish and Wildlife approval. It sounds like from the applicant that they wouldn't have anything to approve in his case. So this would just say approve if necessary or required. In his case, they wouldn't be necessary. He could.
Okay.
Yeah, he's-
In,
he
in
says-
that case, do we have any other questions of Mr. Mueller? If not, we're at the point where, and I'm coming back to you, Paul, so don't leave me, where we can close the public hearing, accept the staff report as a summary of the public hearing. We hadn't gotten too far aloft of that, and then come back with a recommendation. And Paul, I'd like you to make the recommendation with the modification of the statement there. Of the statement in red, so that it will read into the process as you are suggesting that it should.
Move.
Now, yeah, the first move we gotta make is close public hearing.
I'll do the first
And,
part.
and
Mr. Chairman,
adopt.
Make a motion to close public hearing and adopt the staff report with a
Second.
summary for this item.
second,
And act tonight.
second,
Move properly second that we close the public hearing, adopt the staff report as a summary of the public hearing, and take action on this item at tonight's meeting. We have a second. Second. Is there a question? There not being any question, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise? Motion carried. Now, Mr. Looney, if you would, be so kind as to make a motion on this item and modify that sentence in red as you're proposing.
I make a motion that we amend the language presented to add after the word approve, if necessary or required.
Okay. Now, Madam Secretary, if you will reread that so that everyone is clear on what we're proposing. We'll move forward. We have a second, right?
I'll second it.
Mr. Looney made a motion to amend the language and the text amendment to add after the word approved if necessary or required.
Okay. And we got a second.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a point of clarification on that?
Yes, sir,
Could
Mr.
you
May.
please direct, like, maybe state, like, what section and paragraph and what line that would be on, just for legal reasons?
I think that the motion, he's moving to amend what has been proposed. I think we ought to include for clarification what has been proposed. Yes.
That's all I wanted to, just to get on, just to be safe.
I think Mr. Looney, he will amend his motion to indicate that revision of that section and that is being amended, so we know what we're going to do.
Okay, Mr. Looney, are you willing to amend your motion to reflect what our legal counsel has suggested?
Just make the section reference.
Please.
Alright. So I move that we amend the language presented in section 4.312 to add after the word approve, if necessary or required.
And our second,
Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3.
and our second's willing, second, okay.
The Courier font.
Discussion?
The only
Discussion?
discussion is, could we read the entirety of the amended motion now, please?
Yeah, we'll ask the secretary to read the amended piece.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, would you read the entire change in the amendment clarification?
Yes. So the change will be kayaking, canoe, water, trailhead, launch, and pickup parking, comma, provided that the Kentucky Division of Water and Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife approve if necessary or required, and for properties not on sanitary sewers, that Franklin County Health Department approves a septic wastewater treatment for any restrooms provided.
Okay?
That was an old, I'm so sorry. That was an older version of the, that was the one that was submitted to the zoning ordinance update committee. The one that currently, is currently here, does not have the mention of the wastewater. So I just wanted to make
Please give the secretary your changes that you're
Where do you
talking
see
about.
wastewater?
And let's read
So
them
it
in
would
their
be
entirety.
this
so
one,
it's
and
part
then
of the
if necessary or required, right here.
Thank you, Mr. May.
Oh, there it is.
You're very welcome, sir. It's a statutory construction.
Yeah.
And wastewater treatment also would be good.
So you want me to read it?
Yeah, read it as revised.
Conditional use in the CL Rural Limited Commercial District with this text for the use added to Article 4.312. Conditional uses kayaking, canoe, water, trailhead launch, and pickup parking, provided that Kentucky Division of Water and Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife approve, if necessary or required, and for properties not on sanitary sewers, that Franklin County, Kentucky Health Department approve of any restrooms provided.
Okay. So what we have to do is make sure that there's parallel construction in the conditional use explanations that reflect exactly what she just said. So in the red. So the red needs to reflect what was just read. Now, Mr. Mueller, you had a point?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, thank you all for your time. I'm just, and I appreciate everything you're doing here. I'm just still a little confused why you would mention Division of Water and Fish and Wildlife if they have no say in kayak and launch ramps.
But if,
I'm just-
even if they don't, they can send us a letter and simply say, we don't have any such approval processes, move ahead.
So will we,
But
as the applicants, be
no.
required to do that? Okay.
Did they say they didn't have authority or just didn't have the people do it? Or
They
just
don't have a mechanism for it.
mechanism?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking long-term, you know,
Right,
put
right.
verbiage in there that's,
We're good.
Before we advise an applicant on what fish and wildlife and what will happen with wastewater, I think we should be very careful. We don't know what they're gonna require.
Right.
We don't have any crystal ball to say what they may or may not require Mr. Mueller to do. I want to make that clear. I understand his concern.
Or could it be that there's subtleties of law there that we just don't know about and nobody is doing anything with it right now? I mean,
Exactly, or they may be doing something with it, we still don't know that.
All right.
We don't deal with it.
Yeah. Well, that's my point exactly. If they don't have it, they just write it down and says we don't have it. Otherwise, the provision is there to give them an opportunity to say they don't have it, or that they do have it. We have to meet certain constructs. Now, we have on the table a motion with a text change, update, etc., and a second. We've had discussion. I will now ask the secretary to call the roll and tell us what we got.
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Ms. Cross?
Yes?
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yeah,
Motion approved unanimously.
thank you, Natalie.
Thank you, Joe.
Madam Secretary, if you would, please call item number 1 under new business.
Continuation, in accordance with Articles 4, 5, and 15 of the Franklin County zoning ordinance, RV Frankfort LLC are requesting approval of conditional use permit to allow the operation of an RV campground for the property located at 505 Jones Lane. The property is more specifically identified as PBA map 051-00-00-008.01. This is a county item.
My wife just sent me a text.
Mr. Jeter, will you swear in affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good evening. All right, so the request is conditional use permit to allow for RV campground at 505 Jones Lane. Currently zoned rural residential, but you all previously, earlier this evening, recommended the zone change be approved to fiscal court for it to be turned into ag. The agricultural zone does allow conditionally this type of use. In my report, I do have all positive findings throughout my analysis. And with that, I did have 5 recommended conditions of approval for this specific activity. Those conditions are that 1, a business license is required from the county. 2, conditional use is only permitted at 505 Jones Lane. The conditional use is granted only to RV Frankfort LLC to allow the use of the property for a recreational vehicle campground. 4, the conditional use is not transferable, and any change in ownership will make this use null and void. 5, a development plan shall be approved prior to the use commencement. And I'd like to keep my statements brief, so I'll enter my report and testimony to the record. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. The development plan will come before us, or come before staff?
If you all require to, it can come before you, but otherwise it would be administrative.
The questions that people have as far as how dense this is, will be addressed at the development plan, correct?
The current proposed layout does have 99 units. And there is a concept plan provided in the report, just past the application page.
So if we want that, we can have that.
Correct.
All right.
Other questions?
Because that's just, I'm sorry,
Okay,
just to
go
let
ahead.
everybody know, because that is a concept. that could change
Correct.
without it going through the other thing. So anything has to be approved, has to come for us, or could conceivably come for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions by commissioners?
Well,
Yes, sir.
this might be one of those things where us has got to be talked to about the development plan, but is there going to be any distinct demarcation between the trailer park and, are they going to be connected routes internally, or are they in any way going to appear to be just a variation of the same thing?
Based upon the current concept plan, there shouldn't be any road connectivity between the two items. They'll be separate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Looney.
On the analysis on street or road capacity and conditions, there's mention about the volume of traffic is not one of the impact study. I didn't see any mention of the pavement ability to sustain the traffic. Is the road department look at this? I mean, you're gonna have a lot of heavy vehicles coming in and out on the road, and that tends to deteriorate roadways. Is that something that's a concern or been looked at?
I do believe that as part of the technical analysis for this staff report, the road department was contacted. Let me flip through it real quick.
Sorry if I missed that.
This is right here.
Yeah, I see I saw the
Yeah, I don't see it in there, but
I didn't see, I saw the traffic engineer, but that's not structural, so I didn't know.
sure. That's something that we can address at the development plan portion.
Okay.
Who polices the RV parks as far as how long people stay and so on and so forth?
I think it could be up to the applicant to make limitations, or if this board decided to do so, since it's a conditional use, that could be one of your potential conditions that you can impose on the applicant, unless the applicant has some self-imposed limitations.
Other questions? Seem to be a number of people contemplating, so let me ask one as they contemplate. Define for me, help me understand, for the rural activity area that we're talking about locating this thing in, what is a cluster / conservation subdivision?
You're asking for the definition of it?
Yes, sir.
I could go grab my
Haven't
code book
found-
and
I haven't found it anyplace, and therefore I can't figure out exactly whether or not this
I'll
fits.
check it real quick.
Mhm.
So in the Franklin County Subdivision and Development Plan Regulations, section 4.0203, there does have a section in there relating to rural conservation subdivision design and requirements. Not sure if it defines it. Let me see. The purpose of the regulations is to achieve a balance between a well-designed residential development, meaningful open space conservation, natural resource protection in Franklin County by developing and encouraging conservation subdivisions as an alternative to conventional subdivisions as a form of residential development that fulfills multiple goals and objectives outlined in the comprehensive plan. So the idea is to cluster perhaps more densely residential dwellings as opposed to your traditional single lot, single home subdivisions that you typically see.
So does 99 RVs make a cluster conservation district?
I don't
Does
believe
that
so.
fit?
I don't believe so, because the conservation would be, subdivision would be more for like a residential use for permanent residence, whereas a recreational vehicle campground, the RVs can come in and out at any given time. change frequently. The conservation subdivision structures would be built, they'd be fixed.
So it just doesn't, it does not fit in that character.
Correct.
Okay. The rural activities definition also indicate that things in this particular environment may be suited for more types of very low intensity development, including large lot residential uses. And that word cluster conservation subdivision shows up there again as well. But it doesn't, I mean, it just doesn't jump out at me any place where recreational activities fit there.
Under rural activities?
Yeah. And I keep, because we're asking to permit a use that would fall in that rural activities definition, whether it be RR or AG, because those are the two zones that the rural activities definitions speak to. And I keep trying to, I'm trying to fit this proposal in one of those areas that are outlined there.
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the ag zone is where most of the outdoor recreational activities are conditionally permitted.
And I'm not, okay. I believe you, it's just that I can't see it. Help me, please.
So I didn't include Franklin County land use table in this specific staff report, but I'll have to.
Go ahead.
Article 4, table of permitted uses. It's got noted conditions. Where's my table? So towards the bottom of the land use table, which is chart 406 in the Franklin County zoning ordinance, and I'll bring it up to you so you can see. A wide range of recreational activities listed. They all have Cs, and if you go down this list here, they're all in ag zone for the most part. That's just one. I don't think it'll add it on there.
Okay. Yeah, but,
Does anybody else want to see this list?
so now, it's all in AG
For the most part.
and not R, well, there are only two in RR, right?
Repeat that?
Well, the conditions are in AG. There are only two conditions in RR. And this property that we're looking at is currently zoned RR. And the conditions are playgrounds, playfields, and golf courses. And we're asking for a recreational activity in a zone that's labeled RR.
But the specific use, campgrounds, is not listed in the RR, it's in the ag So that's why the request for the zone change was brought before you earlier.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Are you-
I'm remiss. I didn't remember that we had changed the zone. Okay, okay. Okay.
You're losing me.
I'm good.
Okay, you're
Here you go.
Anybody else want to see the conditional uses?
Okay. I'll claim senior citizenship.
We're not used to being in public.
Ms. Cross. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Looney.
Mr. Judah, what's the width of Jones Lane from 127 to this site?
I do not have that information in front of me.
I know there were comments we had about being able to get vehicles in and out, that's why I asked, if it's 8 feet wide or 16 feet wide, I assume it's probably 16 or greater, but
I don't want to speak incorrectly to it since I don't have it.
That's kind of important. Those things are big and wide and if it's a country lane, it could cause problems.
Mr. Judah, they're proposing 100 RVs, 99.
Yes.
I'm just curious, would we allow 99 homes to be built on that property?
Tiny homes.
Tiny homes? I mean, any kind of homes on 10 acres?
Not 99.
Right. I think it's way too many homes, or RVs for the park. And part of, we talk about recreational stuff, and if you look at their sign, I see no recreational at all. A dog park. I don't, I feel like it's way overloaded for the road and for the area. It doesn't blend in at all with the whole area. Because you wouldn't allow 100 homes there. You're allowing 100 cars to come in and out of that road every day. I don't see how you can suggest it be approved when we would not allow anything else to be that compacted in that area.
Well, I don't believe that it would be fully occupied 100% of the time, and I don't believe that everybody would be leaving or going every day. Also, adjacent, the manufactured home park is a similar density, although the number of units is different. So it's not too dissimilar in that sense.
But the lots are a lot bigger.
The mobile home park is a single track, so I'm not entirely sure what the lot sizes are for each individual home set there. But the size of the mobile home park in terms of acreage is similar in size to this property.
A mobile home usually is 50, lot is usually 50 by 100.
They got 60 on the same property.
And best I can tell from the drawings is it's showing like a 35-foot. So you're talking about double in density compared to what's there now.
Mr. Chairman, we're not looking at the development plan, right, just the conditional
Right.
use. The development plan will come later, so this is a.
Yeah, well,
Pre-
when we request it, but
If we request it, it would come back, so this is just a preliminary.
To address your question earlier, there is on the concept plan what I was looking for. It does have a typical section for the right-of-way of Jones Lane. It varies from 17 to 20. section BB, it's, sorry, 17 to 22. It's on the left-hand side below the vicinity map.
See, my eyes are what they used to be.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a small drawing, I apologize for that.
There was a statement, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
About screening or buffering. Am I understanding this correctly, that you're saying that the AG, which we've moved this into, it'll have screening on the front, but it won't require anything on the sides?
No, it wouldn't. The required screening is actually part of the zoning ordinance's parking requirements. So the screened area by the front would be this, to screen the parking area.
So nothing would be required along the sides then?
Correct. It would be, that would be to screen an adjacent parcel and then the trailer park next door.
Another thing I noticed, curiously absent, was maybe, again, my eyes missed it, was a bathhouse or restroom facility on the development plan.
So it's RVs.
Except for
so
dogs,
It's
sorry.
RVs, so a lot of them do have.
Yeah, I haven't been to
And
an
they
RV
have a
park
dump
yet that
station as well.
doesn't have a bathhouse, so just curious, I mean,
Right.
it's my COVID thing my wife got me into, so we're doing a lot of traveling like that. But, so I haven't seen one yet that didn't have a bathhouse or something to make sure people aren't peeing out the side.
I agree.
Just seemed unusual to me for a mobile home, or a camper, so RV.
So to address your screening concern, there is fencing for each lot. So each individual space will have its own screening from the adjacent. Each lot will kind of be fenced in. If you look on the plan on the bottom left corner, it does show a fencing detail.
But that's for a dumpster.
That's for the.
That's for the dumpster, that's not for the park.
I wouldn't think, I've never seen that in an RV.
Just about that.
Yeah, okay. So that, I'm sorry, there's no bathhouse?
Well, it says optional
You're
too,
saying?
it doesn't say it's required, it says optional.
There is a building proposed on site.
Yeah, I saw it's office, check-in, a maintenance garage, and outdoor seating, that's all.
So again, this is just a concept plan, so, if the board wanted to make it so that the development plan be brought to you, that's something we could address down the road.
So when do we address that? Now or later?
It's part of the recommendation.
Well, I mean, do we bring that up right now?
It's a recommendation. We got it. Got it.
Yeah, we know.
So there is,
I got keys.
each individual site will be tied into the,
It'll have its own, septic tie in at each site, yeah.
correct. Public sanitary sewer, sorry, there's a manhole
Yeah.
tie-in, sorry.
Now, will we address longevity, how long people can stay at that?
Yeah. Oh, we gotta hear from Charles first.
I don't wanna hear from Charles.
We got it. Ben, we know that it's really not your place to do so, but Mrs. Bradshaw is her name, who testified at the public hearing, indicated, and then that lady, Sandy
Sandra Downing?
Downing, both testified that two vehicles cannot pass each other going in different directions on the road that serves this proposed park. But you seem to have found a basis to say that they've mistakenly made that statement. I put it that way. So now, on what did you base your conclusion that two vehicles can pass each other on that road?
Well, I relied on the traffic engineer's opinion for one, but yeah, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I don't want to speak too much on that. But school buses would have to make it down that street, and they would be able to do so. So, if the
Yeah, but
bus-
that's going one direction. That's not two vehicles passing each other on the same road going in opposite directions. Now, their statement was that one vehicle had to pull over to allow the other vehicle
When I made my site visits
to go
out there,
through.
I did pass a vehicle, and I don't believe I had to pull over, and I don't think that they had to stop. So, I'm not saying they're incorrect, but I have been out there, low traffic. I think I saw one vehicle on the road the whole time I was out there, and I had no issues.
Okay. Now, what is the county's specifications for the width of a road that serves multiple residences, locations, et cetera? Is that 20, 22?
4, I think.
Remember, that was a gravel road.
Existing can be as narrow as 16 feet, but a new road would have a higher standard, 24 feet.
So we need to test whether or not the fire truck and ambulance can pass that test, correct? So that emergency vehicles can pass another vehicle on that roadway. Is that right? And is that roadway so constructed, et cetera, that
Are you
the
talking
emergen-
internal to the site?
Well, no, I'm talking about getting
Just on
to the
Jones Lane.
site. I'm talking about the public way, the way that those vehicles get there. That's what Mrs. Bradshaw and Mrs. Downey was speaking of.
Well, Franklin County Fire Chief was contacted in regard to this proposal, and they had no objections. They did want to request, on the development plan side of things, a hydrant to be placed for every 500 feet internal to the site. So, but otherwise, they had no objections.
Okay?
But that's not.
Well, it would seem like, and Ms. Bradshaw brought up some good points, but it would seem like that if she's making that point, would it be just if only 2 people lived on the road, if you couldn't pass? I mean, it's, if she's trying to stretch it, I mean, I think she's trying to say, well, you're gonna have 99 vehicles, and does an increase in traffic make it, if you just have 3 people living on the road, it's quite possible that a school bus can't pass a car. So would it be a relevant issue if you're gonna have 90, you just have if you just have a more concentrated problem, but it would seem to be that if Ms. Bradshaw was concerned about the passing of vehicles on a road, that might pertain if only she and 2 other people are living on it. I mean, I'm not sure that adding, and I'm not saying that, I'm not arguing with too many houses on the land, but on the traffic issue, it would seem that that would be an issue if you had 3 people living there as opposed to 99. The 99 would only make that happen more often, possibly. But,
It's possible.
yeah, but in reality, if a fire truck can't pass another vehicle, that would be going on right now if there was nothing there at all. So I didn't know if her issue there, I would think that was, I'm not too sure that she was on the right path to condemning correctly any, you just have a more increased problem if that did exist in fact.
I have a question.
What about motor homes?
Well, but they're not gonna be moving that often.
Does this road
Ms.
have,
Cross?
does this road have a dotted line, or is it just a one pavement, no?
I believe it's not striped.
Yeah, that's
No, it's not.
okay.
Yeah.
Because typically they are narrow enough that somebody has to take the ditch if it's a large vehicle.
So those roads that are unstriped generally have lower speed limits, and people don't travel down too fast, or they shouldn't. So,
They usually don't even have a speed limit posted.
Yeah. My question has more to do with this. 99 additional locations increases greatly the possibility that a fire truck or an emergency vehicle will be traveling that street than if you've got 2 or 3 people.
That's true.
And so the question is, the development plan may provide for more space to be added for the drivability of the roads. We don't know. But at this point, we're saying that, we're basically saying that nothing needs to be done to ensure that that issue has been addressed. And I think at some point, we have to assure ourselves that that issue isn't really a non-issue, quite frankly. We just have, it's sort of like building a subdivision. You gotta have a way in and a way out that's not the same way in order to be able to make sure that emergency access is available in case something happens on one road. Then you got another way to get there so that you can attend to the person that needs assistance or the persons. And here we're adding 99,
Vehicles.
well, it's not necessarily 99 vehicles, but 99 residences or possible residences where something can happen, which significantly increases the likelihood that you're going to have an emergency vehicle versus now. And since we are judging whether or not something of that magnitude ought to be located in that vicinity with that condition of street, we should say, is it or is it not possible that these things can take place without
Has a traffic
difficulty?
study been done as far as trying to get out on 127 there?
The planning commission's traffic engineer was consulted in this request, and he determined that no traffic assessment study was warranted based upon his trip generations.
Is there signal, is it a signalized?
No.
I don't understand.
Mr. Judah, back to Chairman Jackson's question or statement. Do we know that the width of the road meets all legal requirements of a not residential road, but a city, state, county road, or is it substandard?
I believe it to be standard.
So if it's standard, then
It doesn't meet today's standards, but it's grandfathered in,
So-
more or less.
It's a county road, right?
It is accepted in the county road system.
so by required road or required width, it already currently meets the passability of emergency vehicles, two-way traffic, etc. It's not a one.
It is
it's
not a
not
one-way
deemed as a
road.
one vehicle road.
Correct, two-way traffic.
Okay. Any other questions that we have of staff? If not, although it's not a public hearing, does the applicant have a question of staff?
We have no questions for staff.
Thank you. Mr. Judah, thank you very much. You've been a very good presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would the applicant please come forward and present your case?
Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Charlie Jones, who represent the applicant. We obviously have read staff report and concur with the staff report, but obviously you brought up a number of other issues that I'd like to try to address some of those. Of course, all we've turned in is a concept plan. It hasn't gone through the full development plan review. It hasn't gone out to review agencies, as staff has indicated, for their comments. Some of them more detailed than others, but it has gone out for comment. And we understand that the development plan would have to come back before the commission for formal approval, if they can move ahead. That would address really in detail more of the specifics of what you asked about, but I would like to hit on some of them. We talked about the width of the road. Our engineer is here this evening and did measure the width of the road. It is anywhere from 18 to 22 feet prior to our entrance into our property. Past our property, it drops down to 17 feet at one section, but it averages anywhere from 18 to 22 feet on the road there, which is pretty typical county roads. I would say, and although these were developed obviously prior to countywide planning and zoning, we do have two similar situations in Franklin County with the Elkhorn Campground out on Scruggs Lane, Stillwaters or Strollmeyer's out in Peaks Mill. They are on similar small roads, and I've been here all my life as well as you all have, and haven't heard any uproars about there needing to be enlargement of those roads because of traffic or can't pass or anything like that. They're accommodated. There obviously is going to be times when vehicles meet that they can't pass, but your RVs are 8 foot 4 inches wide is what's typical, and that's typical of all your trailers or anything. So they're not a wide load. They're not any wider than a bus, certainly not wider than other vehicles that they go up and down the road, whether it's delivery vehicles or UPS, everything else that goes up and down that road. Yes, I have to admit, there could be occasion when they meet when one must have to go off, a little off the shoulder. I don't believe, in my personal opinion, that's a occurrence that happens every 5 or 10 minutes. Might it occur? Certainly it might occur. You know, I live out in Ball Knob, it occurs all the time. You know, so, but that's accommodated when these matters have been put in and said this is conditional use in the ag zone. Well, everybody knows ag zone usually has these small roads. It's a part of it. That's already recognized. It's built in to that rationale. So we already recognize that these uses, although conditioned, are going to be out on small rural roads. We just this past month or last month approved for event spaces or wedding barns out in the ag zone. Again, recognizing that we're going to be putting a lot more traffic on these smaller roads, but obviously it's conditional use, but we already recognize that sometimes that can be accommodated and it's not always all bad. Again, we didn't do any deeper traffic report because the traffic engineer didn't recommend anything other than that. Obviously it wouldn't be full every day, and RVs moving in and out, every one of them changing hands every night and every day. Some are going to be more extended stay, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or whatever, so they're not in and out. It's not going to be full all the time. On the density, you know, the state has some requirements in 902 KR 15 for locations for those, and their density is a minimum of 1,500 square foot per pad or lot. We're providing 2,600 square feet. Would you put 99, 98 houses there? Absolutely not. I mean, it's not our zone. Our zoning requires, you know, we got 6,000 square foot lots, 9,000 square foot lots, and 15,000, whether it's RA or BRC. Obviously, this is far less than that. But it is well over 1,000 square feet over per pad, the state minimums. So I don't believe that the density is too much, again, because this is a limited stay or moderate stay location. My own calculations of looking at Stillwaters, you know, down Strollmeyer, is they had about 100 and, bear with me, my notes, 110 units on 12 acres, give or take. We were proposing 98 on 10 acres. I think it's fairly comparable. The Elkhorn Creek Campground looked like to me they had 125, and they've got 9.6 acres. So they got a higher density than what we're proposing. So this is what we believe is typical in these type of RV communities. What the state has recognized is a minimum 25, and 1,500, we're far exceeding that. So we don't believe that the density is out of line with what the standards in the industry are and the state standards are. You asked about connectivity to the the home, the modular home next door. There's no interconnectivity there at all. Buffering, there was a talk about the screening. We did not propose screening between each lot. I don't know if that was what you all thought or staff thought. There was not proposed screening between each lot. There was screening out front, but not between each of the individual spaces. There is no bathroom in the manager's house there, not house, the manager's office up front, there is no public bathroom. The state doesn't require a public bathroom when you have a self-contained RV community. If we had allowed tents and things like that, you'd have to provide one. But since that's not allowed, this is a self-contained RV community, then a public bathroom is not required. But each unit has to hook onto sewer, has electric at each pad site. So we recognize that, you know, we'll probably have to come back for you for the development approval, where we could look at these in more detail, knowing what your comments are tonight, knowing what your concerns are tonight. It'd be incumbent upon us to look those details up and be prepared for those discussions. Also, once the development plan goes out, then you're going to have Chief Hutcherson looking at it in more detail, road superintendent looking in more detail, and the other issues. So that's really all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. My client is here, Mr. John Rockaway. I will note Mr. Rockaway owned the mobile home park next door. He owned it for a number of years. He's prepared to testify that he was there every week and did not have this problem about passing. And he's in an RV all the time. And then we have our engineer here if we have questions as well.
Questions of Mr. Jones? Mr. Looney?
I know there was Mr. Jones, a lot of questions about like length of stay. Is these are all going to be, I assume, there are no permanent residences that are sold spots. They'll all be temporary, short term.
Yeah, there's no sold spots by any means, but there is a move afoot in the industry, as my clients would be testified to, is that people may be there for a week. They may want to stay there for 3 months. Some people take jobs, temporary jobs as a nurse, go to the hospital, and will do it by RVs. Some are in transition between jobs, some are in transition, divorced and married, and some are working on highway contractors. Instead of getting a hotel, they've got their RV, and they stay in the RV, and they might have a job here in Frankfort for 6 months. So my client owns several of these in Kentucky. That is a growing industry, a growing thing in Kentucky, and we would hope not to limit that. But you have to remember there's an upside to having extended stay, we think, because it's less turnover, there's less traffic. Someone might be there for 3 months instead of 15 people there every 2 nights. So we believe that can be a benefit.
Noticed the lack of play areas, playground. Is it intent to not encourage? Is it?
It's not set up, you've probably read about the one that they're trying to put in Midway, in Woodford County, the large one put in there, that they're really developing it as a entertainment type place. This is not as geared towards that, because there's a clientele that they're trying to meet, which is the transitory workers or couples or individuals, while kids are not precluded by any means, but that's not where it's pushed. Or, Stillwater's and Strohmeyer, and maybe even Elkhorn, maybe geared more towards that, and the one thing about in Woodford County, but this is not their target group.
Mr. Jones, the staff report indicates that the road 127 to your property is 1,300 feet. Is that the footage that you measured between 18 and 22 feet your engineer did?
I'll let him ask them if I can. I don't know exactly what he meant.
Okay. What I'm going to ask you next is if it is 1,300 feet, that's the area that we're talking about passing other vehicles and doing those kind of things.
Yes.
Is there a proposal, or will it be a proposal to make your entrance onto the property actually closer than the 1,300 feet, or will it be further?
Ours is, right now, as close to 127 as it can be, I believe.
Okay.
So it's already.
So that's the 1,300 square.
Yeah,
1,300.
so we're just 126 feet into our property before our entrance. So it's not the far end of our property, but the closest end.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind having your engineer, I'll let you know that.
I need to swear in.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? So help you God.
I do. My name is Tony Barrett. I'm a landscape architect. I'm not an engineer, just for clarification. I'm confused as an engineer a lot on my testimonies and plans that I prepare. We did not measure the road beyond our property. We measured it in 3 locations within our property to establish the cross-section that's shown on the plan. And we measured it at the eastern end of the property. It was 19 feet wide. In the center of the property, it was 22 feet wide. And on the western end of the property, it was 17 foot wide. So that's how we established that for our street section, that the road width varies from 17 to 22 feet. So, thank you.
Other questions, commission members?
Charlie?
Sir.
There's no barriers down each side of this property or on the outer edges. I can understand in between, although I am an RVer and I prefer barriers between the camper and I next door. My concern is what development of property may come down the road, and we had no barrier against those properties that would want to develop adjacent property.
Is that the landscaping?
Yeah, the landscaping.
Landscaping and buffer.
So you're talking about the buffer, not in between individual pads, but along the side
Right,
lots?
along
and
the
rear.
outer edge of the property.
So there is a 25-foot buffer that was set back around the property. Obviously, the suburban mobile home park is developed already, but you're correct. The rear and the adjacent, Mr. Brumback's property is undeveloped at this time. And yes, I guess there's a theoretical possibility that it gets developed in the future. I can talk to my client when we come back with a formal development plan about adding some landscaping in the rear and sides. It's just, obviously it's on our concept plan right now, and we can certainly discuss that and look at that when we develop the development plan.
Other questions? There being none, Mr. Jones, could you address just a little bit more expansively the idea of the I guess the terms of stay, and we were talking about the employment prospects and et cetera that enter into terms of stay, or length of stay and et cetera.
Well,
are we, and I'm trying to really trying to get a feel for the expectations that what percentage of the 99 become more long-term stay, I'll call it that rather than permanent, versus the medium term, and then the short term being whatever. What are you basing?
Obviously, my client's gonna have far more information because he owns other of these similar facilities. If I could let him address that question,
That's
that would be
fine.
a better answer than mine.
That's fine.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is John Rockaway, and I own the mobile home park and the proposed developer of the property in discussion. You asked the question about the types of tenants we have. You know, we have a number of, the contract nurses is a huge calling. There are all the hospitals around have, are short-staffed, and so they have gone out and these firms have put together programs where they will try and meet these needs and allow these nurses to go around the country and to fill in the needs for surgery nurses or whatever it is. So that's a major part of it. So they'll come in for a couple months usually. We've had folks who will just be there for a couple weeks, things like that. As they kind of get their life figured out, a lot of times they'll be transferring into the area, not want to buy a house right away until they get the lay of the land. They've got an RV that they've used for the summers and say, hey, let's just go and sit in the RV for a while, and we'll start looking at open houses, and it gets them a little more comfortable with things. And then we also do have an occasional divorce situation where they'll go, I need something right now, and we need to move on with this. We are definitely not gearing it towards the recreation type of, which is what you may have seen in Midway. That's not our thing. That's not where we feel that we can provide the best services. We really feel like there's this need out there, and we're kind of gearing towards encourage them to build relationships with each other and kind of move on and be, you know, maybe not long-term engaged in that side of town, but definitely get to know that, you know, that community and figure out where they're going to go next within the community. So, not after the nightly business, but not after, you know, people living there for 10 years either. It's just this little niche here that hasn't really been filled. And over the past 20 or 30 years, the RVs have gone from being very, you know, small, and they've started to had slide outs everywhere, and all of a sudden you've got lots of space, and you're going, hey, I can live here. I can, you know, I can spend a couple months here or a couple weeks here, or, you know, just a weekend while we kind of figure things out. And so it's just become much more comfortable, and you know, they really like it, and we get just a lot of folks who truly say, hey, this has been a good spot for me, and it's not, you know, it's just what we do. And we, I don't know if you remember, but we got into this by, we had 3 calls for RVs this morning at Suburban, and we had to turn them away. So we just get lots and lots of calls from within the community of people looking for a place to put these RVs. Any questions?
One other, and it's related.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, what has been your experience? Has your experience been that a third, a quarter, 20%, 50% of whatever have been more the longer term kind of a stay than just a temporary overnight, over a week kind of a stay?
At our other properties, we have a minimum of 1 month because we don't want the in and out. We don't want the people who are coming in and, you know, packing in. We are more after the folks who are looking for an interim housing solution. Kind of like years ago when they had apartments and you had hotels, and then the extended stay hotel came along and it met a need. You know, nobody wants to live there for the rest of their life, but it serves a purpose. And so we usually see, you know, if this body wanted us to keep it at the lower end, then we would be amenable to that. You know, keeping it at the lower end in terms of length of stay. But I don't really want, or I don't envision it being a nightly thing where they're coming in and a bunch of guys are cramming in an RV and going and hitting the distilleries. That's not really what I'm after. I'm after this segment of folks who are trying to make good decisions with their life right now, and this is a solution.
Okay, now that was the sum total of my questions.
It's called the Bourbon Trail RV Park. But
Great
you don't
name.
want people going to the
Good, good.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, the only other question would be, you're gonna have people that have kids, does not having anything, I mean, you wanna play on Jones Lane, 127 is a little high traffic.
Well, we
But
have.
where do you expect, I mean, you have nothing that I see anywhere in this plan, although we're not at the developed plan yet. But as a board, I think we're gonna have a concern that there's nothing at this time.
You know, we own the mobile home park next door, and probably half the tenants have kids. And, you know, truthfully, these days, most kids are on their computers. They're not out running around as much as maybe you and I did when we were growing up. But we do not, I've never seen a child from the mobile home park out on Jones Lane. You know, the parents want them within sight of them, and so they will create, you know, things that will entertain them right there around their mobile home or RVs, but they don't just let them run loose. That's just not the way of the world these days.
Thanks, Chair. I don't like some of your answers because they're true. Kids don't go out and play in the yard like they used to. I guess my concern is the other RV parks we have here. Most of those RVs have been sitting in those parks for 20 years. They never get moved. They use them for weekend or second homes. How do we stop that from here with the limitation of a stay? And who polices that?
I think I'm gonna let you.
I mean, I think the policing part of that came up would be a complaint to.
I don't mean
their office.
police.
No, I know what you're
Who
saying. Yes.
polices the fact of how long? I mean, I
Well, if it's
agree
a-
with the 6 month stay.
If it's a condition, then our our term sheet with Al won't allow that longer. Now, if someone stays longer and is noticed, I mean, Robert has every right to come out there and inspect, to look and test on them, and then if a neighbor complains about it, he has the right to come out there and inspect, I believe.
He does, but we certainly do not want to put more inspection duties on the staff. They have enough.
And I agree with that completely. And like I say, I don't have a problem with the 6-month stay because I understand that factor of contractors coming in and working and staying. It's the ideal of it becoming a permanent home to a lot of people.
And I concede that that's the way, you know, Elkhorn and some of these have become. That's not their target market.
We just don't allow permanent structures.
I'm not sure, you know, how else to address that, but if it's a condition of this board that it be 6 months, 9 months, whatever it is, that'll be part of their advertisement. You'll see it in their advertisement.
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie.
Other questions by commissioners? And I know this is not testifying, but we just went through about 15, 18 months of the pandemic. And different states had medical personnel come in that had long stays, but it was for the purpose of providing services. And they didn't need or want permanent housing in the area. And I can understand the desire of the applicant to provide that kind or that type of access without having to have families refuse to provide the services needed just because we're unable to be flexible enough to allow that kind of access.
Accommodate.
So, you know, I just kind of understand that, and I'll stop testifying. Council, other
You
questions?
haven't been sworn, is the problem.
I don't want to swear. And if there are no other questions, Mr. Jones, thank you very much. And is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak with regard to this issue? Yes, sir. Would you come up, please? You need to state your name and address for the record. Please, sir.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I come down for the canoe and kayaking thing. But my name is Jim Sutherland. I own Elkhorn Campground.
Okay, but your address is what?
The part, I mean...
No, this is for the record.
Yeah.
Your address.
What is
165 North Scruggs Lane, Frankfort, Kentucky.
Okay, thank you.
He's going right in the right direction on what is needed. Traveling nurses, they go 3 months on, and if they offered to re-up, they go another 3 months. I disrespectfully agree with what you said about, because you lump me in with other campgrounds, and I have 6 campers out there that stays there year-round for people to come out on weekends. And you won't be able to distinguish those from the ones that are there for 2 days. I've got 118 sites, not 125. 34 of those are monthlies that we rent during the summer. In the winter, I open up my other sewer sites, which is another 20-something for monthlies. Traveling nurses and senators and representatives that are in session. Amazon's coming back to me. They didn't do it last year. They went to Northern Kentucky, but they're coming back this winter. That's a 3-month deal through through Christmas. I'm not for or against what he's doing. I mean, I'm not speaking for either side, I've been in it for 34 years. I know there's need, what he's trying to do, because I can't accommodate it. I've got 50 on my board right now needing a site. Traveling nurses and people working in the area, or universities. You know, most of my people are people working in Lexington. They may be here 3 months, they may be here 6 months. I got one that lives out there who has a handicapped son. She works for the state. And she's the only one that's been there for 3 years. Now, I've got another fellow that's been there 14, but he's got a home in Georgia. He works at the Bluegrass Army Depot in Winchester. Those are my only two that's been there longer than the rest of them, other than the 6 that I have that leave them there. And the only reason they leave them there on those 6 sites is I can't rent them overnight because of the way they're laid out. So we rent them semi-monthly is what we call them. But he's in the right path. The emergency vehicle concern, 6 years ago, my road was 1 lane. I have 89 campers that come in every Friday night. That's how many overnight rentals we have. And they're there for 2 days. We used to have to stand in our campground and have a radio out at the highway so 2 campers couldn't meet, because you couldn't pass. Now the way it's been roading, you can still pass. I'm having an issue with canoers now, but that was on the other one. But anyway, I don't think you have to be concerned about emergency vehicles. I've been there 34 years. It's never happened. I've been concerned because on a single road, if you got 2 45-foot motorhomes coming in, one going out, somebody has to back up. And then you're talking about unhooking, and if a fire truck come in, then there would have been an issue on my road then. Now it's not, because they can get around. If y'all have any other questions, I don't know how long he's been in it, but we've been in it 34 years, so I'm pretty, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've been there and I've been going through what he's trying to do. I would add more sites, but I'm getting to that point where I'm ready to get out. So, but anyway, if y'all have any questions. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
He's almost done, isn't he?
Floor is open for motion on the request.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Lee.
I make a motion to approve, for the approval, conditional use permit to allow the operation of recreation vehicle campground, property located at 505 Jones Lane. With the five conditions on page 4 of the staff report, with one exception, which would be the development plan shall be approved by the planning and zoning board prior to use commencing.
I'll second that. Have a motion and a second. Now, the questions on the motion. Questions on the motion? Questions on the motion? There being none, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Boggs?
Yes.
Ms. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
He stepped out.
Oh. Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Oh, sorry. Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ms. Jones? Madam Secretary, will you call item 2 on the new business?
to dinner and come back.
In accordance with Article 1 of the Franklin County zoning ordinance, the Westridge Neighborhood Association is requesting a waiver to Part 3, Section 3.07.02 streetscape requirements of the Franklin County subdivision and site plan regulations to eliminate the street trees requirements for the Westridge subdivision, Section 1 and Section 2, located on Devil's Hollow Road. This is a county item.
All right, so, yeah, this is for both sections of Westridge. The first section that was developed was 19.32 acres. The second section, which was just platted very recently, was 16.98 acres. Surrounding land uses, Devil's Hollow Road to the north with residential uses on the other side of that road. RB zoning to the south, RL zoning and vacant land to the east. The Westridge subdivision is kind of on the western side, but there's also some other residential uses over there as well. This is a little bit of a unique request. The request was brought to us by the HOA, the Homeowner Association of the Westridge neighborhood. Their concerns stem from long-term maintenance. Once the trees that are required would reach maturity and could potentially cause damage to the curbs or the sidewalks themselves. Based upon my analysis, I do recommend it be denied because for a couple of reasons. One being that, we do have these requirements for reasons. Others being that they do contribute to the neighborhood positively from water management, aesthetics. They do provide shade. And I do cite one study, although there are multiple studies that indicate it. Street trees provide a boost to property values. So by removing that requirement, you could potentially lower your property value. Another issue, perhaps the list of acceptable trees is rather long, and so perhaps a tree that wouldn't have such a large mature height could be chosen as an alternative. Also, another reason why I came to my conclusion was there are provisions in the zoning ordinance to allow for modifications of the standards. So, for example, a proposed alternative to this requirement would have perhaps led me into a different direction with my conclusion. So, for example, if they had came with a modification of standards to propose street trees on the other side of the sidewalk in between the house and the sidewalk as opposed to the sidewalk and the street, then I probably would have supported the item. But otherwise, I'd happy to enter my report testimony into the record and answer any questions you may have for me.
Mr. Judah, let me ask a few questions. Number one, the home, the developer has placed a bond up to cover trees, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So the developer's not requesting this, but the homeowners association don't want to have the trees.
That's correct.
And they have in unison made this request. So that's who's really coming in as the homeowners association.
That's correct. They have had it. They held a vote in 2020, the end of last year, and voted to remove the requirement.
Was this
Okay.
unanimous vote?
Well, go ahead and have it formally. Does the commission have any questions of the staff right now? Is that part at this point in time?
Right. Yeah.
Are we there? I mean, Mr. Sharon Jackson's out.
Oh,
Yeah, ask a question.
sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Sharon's stepped up for a minute and gave me the gavel. You probably wonder what's happening here. He's
I didn't
vacating.
see you.
Yeah, I know you kept looking at what's going on there. What's this guy? Okay. At this point in time, we usually have the commission, if they have any questions of the staff. Is that correct? Mr.
Here he comes.
Mr. Liddy?
Was the vote unanimous?
Let me check.
And is there,
Yes.
no dissent? And all the lots are occupied?
No.
All the lots, are there unoccupied lots? Lots without houses currently on them?
In Westridge?
Yeah.
Yes, phase 2 was just approved. And so there's nothing built yet in terms of houses on that second
So you're
section.
speaking for property owners that aren't there yet? If we did this?
Potentially, yes.
I mean, I don't know, is there, yeah, this is kind of an all or nothing deal. People can't come in later and say, yeah, I really want these trees, Mr. Developer, put them up for me, right?
Now, if the homeowners association is moving to the waiver, a waiver's granted for all.
It's carte blanche.
Correct.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear you.
I said, if the waiver is granted, it's granted for everyone in both of the sections of the.
Okay.
And I think that's what you all had requested, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, it is unusual.
Yeah, just, yeah, that's,
Did Mr. Logan, you say that a waiver would actually be, could be countywide? If we approved a waiver, would that be open?
No, just that subdivision.
Okay, subdivision. But
Just
would
specific to West Street.
it would set a precedent of some sort though, wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't it be?
It would set a precedent that if another homeowners association in the county comes in and asks to remove it, you'd have to consider it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean you've got it right.
No, right, okay, correct, great. Thank you.
I mean, we're saying they have standing to come in and bring this request
Right.
as property owners.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Logue, would it put this commission in a legally bind in the future? Like, another HOA comes and says, we don't want sidewalks, or we don't want street lights,
I do
or.
not believe so, but I can't tell you what a division of circuit court's gonna do under a particular set of facts. I wish I could. I'd have been retired a long time ago.
Fair enough.
It's weird that the homeowner association does that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Looney?
So, okay, so the second, number 2 doesn't have any houses on it yet, what you said, Mr. Shields.
That's correct. So if you look at the second page of your staff report with the map images,
Yep.
the phase 2 is the bottom portion where there aren't any lines shown yet, because those lots were just created and my mapping doesn't reflect those changes yet. So you can kind of generalize those areas. The second section is where the roads are, but no lot lines shown.
What's the percent of development of section 1?
So they are not quite evenly split. The acreage, the total acreage for phase 1.
Like, how much of phase 1 is developed?
What percentage is
Yeah,
developed?
like, have housing, is there 0% of section 2, you're saying, and what percent of section?
I don't have an exact percent, but it is
Roughly.
filling up pretty quickly.
50%, 70? I'm just trying to make, where I'm going with this is a certain group speaking for people that don't exist yet. You know, homeowners that don't exist. Does that make sense? And it seems premature. At what point will the trees be put in? Obviously not yet on section 2 that doesn't exist, so.
Typically, they wouldn't be placed until all the.
Till the full build
construction's
out?
complete. Typically, because you have driveway cuts and things that need
Is
to
this
occur.
premature then? To just make this decision until you have 100% of the occupancy? Whoever.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's not premature. You can make a decision. If 90% of the people come in and ask for it, and you may decline, but you can't say, no, you can't ask. I mean, it's not.
Certainly. Okay.
So the association is established, the association is now having to pay their dues. They are a recognized entity in that, for that neighborhood.
But the trees aren't coming till it's 100%.
Or until otherwise I decide that this section or this street's good to go and, developer put them in. Depends on how much I want to push it.
There are currently some trees lining along the entrance before you get to any of the lots. But otherwise, there aren't any street trees.
Might I have the pictures if they need them?
Wait, but you can testify in just a minute. Just go. Yeah.
Other questions?
Actually, Mr. Judah, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that there are options to the proposed trees. Were those
Correct, so-
discussed with the homeowners association prior to this request?
What was all that? I didn't get
Were those other options discussed with the homeowners association prior to this request, or is
So I did have some discussions with my contact with the homeowners association, Shannon Bizarre. I believe she's here tonight. And so in those discussions with her, she did not want to speak on behalf of the entire association who had already taken the vote to remove the requirement entirely. In our discussions, I may have mentioned to her proposing that modification of standards as I was speaking to earlier. But the section of the requirements that they are looking to remove lists those trees, what are listed in your report on page 4 and of page 5. That is in the actual code. So that section that they're looking to waive includes that list of trees.
Other questions?
Who
Mr. Looney?
determines what trees are planted? The HOA or the developer?
I'm not too sure. I believe the developer would have some authority in that.
The individual homeowner,
The way the
the way that it's worded.
Mr. Looney, if I could, the subdivision development plan regulations provide a street tree list, and the developer can select from that list, and then ultimately, myself, I would approve that request for that tree type based on the street condition.
So the homeowners don't have any say in that?
No, sir, the responsibility for placement of that infrastructure is on the developer.
I think they'll get a chance here in a minute to address some of those comments. That's a question, because you're saying on this list, Mr. Judah, some of these could be 15-foot trees and some of them could be 50-foot trees.
It's a pretty long list of trees, and I'm not an arborist, so I don't have the expertise to say which one's which, but yeah, it's a long list.
Other question? I've got one question. It might have two parts, but that's one question. The homeowners association is requesting all or nothing.
Correct.
We have the option of providing all or some portion of all. Is that not correct?
No, that's not right.
So we have-
We
we-
can do all or nothing too, because we have an ordinance, they're asking that we're waiving it. We can either deny their waiver, or we can grant it. We can't go and give part of it, we'll give you this part, and you can do that. They haven't requested.
So the options piece of this conversation is not appropriate or is not on
It's
the
not- If
table.
they come in with a different request, it would be, but we can't be saying, well, we're
We
gonna
can't
approve
put
it.
it on the
That's
table.
right. That's
Okay.
exactly. We don't have that authority. It's not the transportation cabinet.
Okay, okay. Any other questions? Does the applicant have a question, staff? Are you the
You can
applicant?
ask me a question.
No, are you the applicant?
I'm the treasurer and I'm part of the board
Okay.
and, yeah, and
You're representing the homeowners association?
yes.
Do you have a question, staff? If you don't, it's okay.
Yeah, you can give your testimony.
I might have questions later, or if we get one more chance.
Okay. Gonna have to ask the other.
Well, I guess a clarification on, the main question was what you all brought up earlier, that being the developer picking the trees. I don't know where that's written anywhere, I don't have any.
It's in the ordinance.
Yeah. In the city ordinance?
County.
County ordinance. Okay, yeah, if you could, get me a copy of that, I'd appreciate it.
You just see staff that we have.
Okay, yeah, because I only have, the street tree requirement itself and what is in our deed, written in our deed restriction.
Okay.
I've got a question to follow up. Could I?
You do?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is there any way for the HOA to shrink that list that the developer could use? Like to staff that you could say, well, pick from these 5 or
No, sir, they can't shrink an ordinance.
well, you put it like that.
All right.
Only translation given.
Does any member of the public out there have a question of staff? You do? If you come forward, state your name and address for the record. Ask away.
Oh, I don't have to
Name
swear.
and name and address.
Okay. Larry Cardwell, 211 Oak Ridge Drive.
Your question, please, sir.
My question, do you have the, I'm gonna call it a standard because it's an ordinance, standard, whatever, the distance between the trees throughout the neighborhood? And I would like to say something too after the answer.
Yeah, so the,
Possible.
Well, you can testify later.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, so that is in the requirement, 3.0702. Street trees shall be planted along the street tree alignment line at an average spacing not greater than 30 feet.
Okay, and then you want to offer some comment later? Okay. Keep that in mind. Okay, any other questions? There being none? Thank you, Mr. Judah.
You're welcome.
And if the applicant can please come forward and present the case, please.
I don't have anything to say. I'm on the board as well.
So we currently, I'm Shannon Bizard. I didn't sign in at the beginning because I didn't know
That's all right.
you didn't have a sheet.
Okay.
And we have currently 3 board members. I'm Shannon Bizard, the treasurer, and this is Tricia Meyer.
Meyer Hamilton. Yes, Hamilton is my married name.
Sorry, and then Debbie Cardwell is couldn't be present.
Okay.
Yep. Do we need to be sworn in or?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't, but I do
Okay.
need for you to spell your last name.
Okay.
It's Buzard.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm kind of freezing up. I'm going blank. I had everything in a. I kind of know when that, and I get nervous up here, so more than I thought. Our main request for the waiver, someone had brought it up because it is in our deed restrictions. It is a cumbersome street tree requirement with the 30 feet tree per 30 feet. Something, I don't know if you have it, because in Ben's summary, Mr. Judah's summary, he didn't add, or it kind of cut off the note section of the requirement. The note section says the species listed above, so all these trees that are above and with the asterisks are required tree lawn space of 6 feet or more. And that was one of the main discussions that I brought up. We only have 5 feet or less in the green space, so we definitely, if it's up to the homeowner, so I need clarification, because according to our deed restrictions, it's up to the homeowners to get these trees. We weren't aware that it would be on the developer. If it is on the homeowner, we can't guarantee that all these homeowners are gonna even know about that 6 feet or more requirement for some of these trees. So, we definitely will have, the issues of it breaking up the sidewalks and the curbs and all of that, which, I don't have extra copies, so you'll have to share this. What I wanted to show you was what we currently have in our development as far as our front and back entrances. I didn't take it of like everybody's property. And then I also given an example of areas that are kind of like ours with the small green space and where it's breaking up the trees and the curbs, and not doing well after maturity. So. it's not our intent to do this because it's an inconvenience. I mean, it is a burden for these trees, because if we go by the 12-foot, it also says for the 12 feet requirement, they're pretty expensive. And I personally, for me, speaking on my behalf, I have a corner lot, so I'm gonna have to get a lot of those trees if we have to do the 30 feet requirement. And I already intend to do trees because I need them for privacy. So I already have the intent to do trees, but I'm gonna need to do trees that serve my purpose for the yard, but it'll be pretty and aesthetic. We have a lot of homeowners that have already extensively put into their yards. Some of them have had to put sod in. We've had really bad, what do you say, dirt environment. I don't know, I'm not an environmentalist, so I don't know how to really speak on that part, but we have, quality of soil is horrible. And so a lot of homeowners have, including myself, have had to spend thousands of dollars already just to get grass in the lawn. And for right now, all the properties we have that are in have really fantastic yards and are taking very well care of them. We have the lawn I'm still working on it because I have a lot more complicated, unfortunately, I have a very complicated lot because it's not level and it's a corner lot. So I'm still working on the project. So I think I've covered most of that. And just to reiterate, you all do have the right to modify or adjust. So I do hope that you'll consider this waiver. It is the intent of everybody in our community. We love our community, by the way. We have a great community and good group of people. I personally have enjoyed being here in Frankfort. It's grown on me. I love it. And it is our intent to, not be against the comprehensive plan, by the way, that this all ties into. So these would be some things you'll want to think about on that comprehensive plan. And I am a little familiar with comprehensive plans, and y'all definitely have to update that. It's definitely an older one. But it's comprehensive to go over, so I feel for y'all on that regard. But I like them overall. They do serve a good purpose, but it's like little things like this that I hope that you'll all consider in the future when you're.
And the other consideration that we have, and obviously I don't work for the road department or anything like that, but I know that when we've had work done, of course, in the new construction of our neighborhood, and all the flags and things where the lines are, there are extensive amount of gas lines.
Yes.
All things that would need to be in that space. I know in particular my home, there is a gas line right in between the street and the sidewalk. So I don't even know how 811 would approve this, is our concern. I don't work for them. But those are other things that we have concerns about in accordance with the sidewalks as well.
And also, before I forget, not everybody got their letter. I think that we gave you the partial list to mail out the letters. We do know that a lot of people did not get their letters. And I think that there's probably quite a few people maybe that didn't know about the meeting tonight. So we did want you to be aware of that. I think I've addressed all that I want to address. And then I don't know who Mr. John Mitchell is. Is he here?
He's the road superintendent. I know he's not here.
Oh, okay, because I did see that he didn't have any issues with a waiver. I don't think that I personally, this is my own personal opinion, I don't think it's setting a precedence. I think it's just we're practicing our right to ask for this request, and they gotta go through, we paid money to be here and do this, and we've put our effort into the research and doing it as respectfully. So anybody else that think they can do it, then great. They can't just run out and ask for a waiver. So that's all I have to say. I don't know if some of our other homeowners might have something to say.
Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
either.
Okay,
Well-
Mr. Looney,
Okay.
and then Tim.
Thank, Ms. Bizarre, thank you all for being here. One question, and I'm making sure I understood what you said, is it your understanding and the boards and the homeowner association members that you have to pay for the trees?
Yes.
That was our understanding
And it's-
in our
and-
deed restriction, that it was on the homeowners to purchase the trees.
So the
I
vote was
did include
based on
that in
that
the packet.
understanding, and my understanding is, staff, that this is on the developer. All the costs will be borne by the developer, is that accurate?
The developer's here.
Yeah.
He can
I
speak.
have 2 letters of credit, one for phase 1, one for phase 2, and it does include cost for street trees.
Okay.
So that, and if, you know, the developer requires the builder to do the sidewalk and the homeowner to do the street tree, that's an agreement between those 2 parties. The developer has a responsibility to my regulations, and so that's why the letter of credit is required. So, and whoever puts the trees in, they just, I mean,
Mr. Looney, if they have a deed restriction, we don't have any say whatsoever over it.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're
I'm
saying the
just saying,
developer
if
could
there's
have,
a there's a deed restriction that when they bought it, that the developer transferred that burden. We can't reverse that. We have an ordinance that says there's gotta be, they have to be put in, the developer has to do it. If he does it by getting someone else to do it, it still meets our qualifications.
this is, okay. I think that's, I don't like that. I don't think that should be allowed, but that's not what we're here to discuss, and I leave the law to you. Okay. That changes the dynamic, so I think for.
We're trying to find it and read it exactly what
So
the
that
deed
you can-
restriction says.
I don't feel like we have a clear understanding of the facts, I guess, to be able, since we.
Right. I'm sorry. And he may be able to speak to it. He's the developer. But yeah, that was our understanding. Like you said, that burden was going to be placed on the homeowner. So I know for Shannon and for Larry, they have corner lots. They're going to have like, I don't know how many trees, 10. So that's a lot of money on the tree options that are given. So I think that is a big concern of the association. And the sidewalk maintenance, of course.
And we voted for the waiver in it, that we would submit a waiver and request, and make this request. I thought earlier I heard it worded kind of differently, and I just want to make that clear. We haven't changed anything yet. We have to go through you all first.
My question actually follows up with Mr. Looney, and it's to get to the, I guess, a little bit more clarity on the rationale of the waiver. In all due respect, I live downtown. We have streets in narrower areas than yours, and sidewalk happens after decades, not years. That's not a really concern of mine. What I am concerned about is exactly what you're concerned about, is the economic detriment of this.
Now and later.
So I guess I need clarification at the moment. You've got one assumption. Mr. Hewitt stated he's got lines of credit, so I need to know from somebody in this audience, who is paying for these trees? And I'm looking at the developer.
Each lot owner is paying for the sidewalks and the street trees. And the reason why that is.
Mr. Meyer, if you don't mind coming up, you've done this before. So.
We haven't, so we're sorry.
It's been a long time since I've been here.
If you'll go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Greg Meyer,
Your address?
214 Mallard Drive, Frankfort, Kentucky.
Okay. And
So my question is,
Mr.
give
Lesher
us
asked.
details on.
Yeah, the reason why that is done, and it was done in Ducker's Point even, back in the 1990s, is when, if the developer goes in and puts the sidewalks all the way around and goes ahead and puts in the street trees, half of it gets torn out. So it's a burden on the person buying the lot, because your machine's coming over, but, you know, the sidewalk's only 4 inches thick. I mean, even if it was 8 inches thick, it'd still crack, and you'd have to jackhammer it out and replace it. So it's done as the houses are built, and that's the most efficient way to do it.
That doesn't exactly address the trees. Understand from the sidewalk standpoint that you don't want to repair the sidewalk, so you don't want the burden of.
Yeah, but it's
But.
it's
trees-
still written that way because, you know, that they wanted trees at a, you know, certain spot, or, you know, they,
I guess where I'm going with this, I sympathize with homeowners, but my understanding from Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Logan, that to put the trees in, you determine what the trees are. They don't, they just have to pay for it. Is that correct?
The way I have read the restrictions,
Okay.
the way that the developer may do is place the cost in the restrictions of the subdivision and in the deeds of the property. He has the obligation to planning and zoning to make sure that he complies with the ordinance.
Right.
But he may shift the cost of that on these landowners, and I imagine that's what has occurred in this case.
that's what I've done, just like the sidewalk. I mean, it's just
So the cost or the actual planting and construction?
the actual planting.
So that they decide to get the tree, plant the tree, it's all on the homeowner?
Yes,
But they can't.
just
pick
like,
the tree.
just like your ordinance for sidewalks.
Well, they can
It's
choose
the
to
same,
Well, that's
it's the
actually-
same.
That's what he said.
They have to pick from the list.
Well, but if it's been transferred, I'm out of order, I'm sorry.
Yeah, having a conversation.
If it got transferred
I
in
think
the,
if we get it once down, everybody's understanding. When the developer has the obligation, he's got to do it. But if he sells that lot and puts that obligation in the deed, the landowner has it. Now, the city may enforce it and the county may enforce it against the developer, but then he's going against the property owner.
right, but what I'm saying is then they're individually responsible to go out, buy the tree and plant the tree, per the deed. And
That's what I-
they can pick from that list.
Yeah, I haven't read that deed, but I assume that's what they're talking about tonight. That's why they made the request.
Okay. Of picking those trees, though, there's great disparity within that list of cost, size, et cetera. Do all the trees have to be the same? Does the homeowner get to pick from that list? Does the developer have to pick the trees? I guess I'm trying to alleviate a lot of concerns of these homeowners without causing an issue with us moving forward with other developments.
The ordinance says it has to be the same species.
Okay, so
Along each street, so you can change species per street if you chose to. I don't know that that ever happens.
Okay.
Well, but it gets down to, Chairman, it gets down
Go-
to,
Go ahead, go ahead.
there's gotta be trees, right? There have to be
Not the
trees.
ordinance, Unless, but there's
Unless
also
you
provision
waiver.
for a waiver.
There's no, yeah, right,
That's
so,
what
so,
we're
so
here.
we're trying to say, I mean, we're talking about a lot of things about who has to pay for it, and I do sympathize anybody has to write a check for it. But it gets down to the fact that it's, we're trying to seek a waiver for, is it purely based on economic reasons? I mean, you have a reason for requiring trees to be in a subdivision, correct? And so can any number of people say, well, really, it's expensive, we really can't afford it? Is that, or we can't afford it, we don't want to pay for
Is
it?
that a legitimate reason? If you deem it is, yes, they're making an application to you.
Right.
To say because of the cost and because of the maintenance, we don't want to do this. You can say, no, you have to do it in accordance with the ordinance, or you can grant a waiver if you believe they've given sufficient basis to do that.
Right. Yeah, but you, all our planners and have, well, never mind.
If they're, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Okay.
Oh, I overheard there are other reasons. So we're trying to.
Well, but now he's gonna testify.
Okay.
But he can't testify right now
Yeah,
because we're
We
finishing
got
up.
developer. I guess from where my standpoint is there was an agreement of buying these houses with certain restrictions. I worry from our standpoint that it is a setting a precedent based on economic reasons, not structural, traffic flow, et cetera. And the fact that I think there needs to be more communication between yourself and the homeowners association. This will be given the cost of the trees. Obviously, there was not an understanding that they could pick the trees, that they could pick from the list. They could get a less expensive tree versus a big tree versus a 40-foot tree versus a 7-foot tree. And I think that step needed to happen before it came here, because this is an all or nothing request for a waiver, and that does set a precedent for us, for someone else to come strictly back, well, I agreed to this when I bought my property, but now I can't afford it, so we just don't want it. And that's something as a planning and zoning commission, I don't personally, Commissioner, I don't really want to go down that path.
If it's still in the ordinance, but we probably need to clarify something right quick before we get too far down the road. There used to be a section in the ordinance in which there was an explicit statement that the planning commission cannot waive, set aside, etc., its rules for economic or financial reasons.
That's what
So if the tree costs $500, because the tree costs $500, we can't say you don't have to do the tree. We can say you can pick another tree and put down. But financial and economic reasons cannot be the purpose for which we set aside the ordinance requirements. Before we get too far down that road, and staff is looking for that because it may have been removed.
No, it has not been removed, and it's not, it says economic hardship shall not be a reason for.
So we have to,
I mean, it's still in 1.08 of the county.
okay. Oh, I remember that one.
I'm not sure it's all economic hardship. I mean, I think some people want to plant and landscape their yard, you know, like they'd want to. They'd want to put their own tree rather than have me pick out, you know, these trees.
Understanding that, but with a neighborhood, it's a comprehensive neighborhood. You want a uniformity of that neighborhood.
We want, I consider, I consider we have uniformity in a way because, number one, we have a small community. It's not a big development, it's small. So, we've started uniformity already as far as, you know, the entrance and the coming in it's beautified, and it's just not every single lot's gonna have the same exact tree. I don't know where that, other than, I don't, if you're looking for every single lot to look the same.
No, I'm discussing,
Yeah.
I said, and I do sympathize where you're coming from.
So, well,
But
I
it
mean,
is from the streetscape
so
standpoint.
because, I mean, I think that's how the design plan goes. It's, to us, that might be how it appears, and it's every 30 feet. So that even itself is pretty excessive. And the fact that I mean, you have to, and according to your all's straight tree requirement, it has to be the 6 feet green lawn space. Well, we don't have that, so we can't, most of those trees we can't even have because they will tear up the sidewalks. And then, you know, so you'll have crappy looking yards and streets later. So, but anyway, that was just a little input I wanted to give.
Okay, Mr. Looney. Russ, you next.
I get it, it might not be directed to Mr. Meyer, but I was gonna ask, can I ask the county, or Bob, okay, were these trees selected by that now sort of, we can't locate that land, remember a couple meetings back, we had a landscape committee that used to be part of planning and zoning, and y'all were.
Well, the landscape committee continues to exist.
It does exist.
And that
Are
might
these
be
their trees?
part of that list that the landscape committee put together
This is
for
their-
planning.
this is their
It may
list.
be, I don't know if that's it exactly.
That list was provided by the consultant back in 2005. and that document was prepared and
Yeah.
then it was adopted by the planning commission.
Okay. And these are all based by attractiveness, how long they'll live, or what's, you know, there's a lot of trees there, I mean, I don't know. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. It's like, I mean, let me say one thing, and this is, I think there has to be, we rely on consultants and people who are involved in the planning to arrive at something that they think is suitable and in some conformity with something or another out there. And that's a pretty broad range of trees. I'm not an arborist, like you say, I'm not a landscape architect, but, I mean, there is a reason for some of this order, and, you know.
So we haven't not complied at all, first of all. So we obviously we have green tree, trees, and we have lots around the outside of the development too. So it's not like a wiped out area of green space and trees, so it's definitely pretty. I wanted to read how our deed restrictions are written. It says lot owners shall at their...
Mr. Chairman, this is not relevant with regard to the waiver.
Okay.
If they're-
Okay.
Well,
if they're
it's...
asking for a waiver, the regulation says there's got to be unique conditions or circumstances that are not the result of actions taken by them. Now, so far tonight, they've talked about gas lines that are not theirs. They've talked about
They are
pavement being broken up. They've talked about electrical deals. I mean, if they can get into those issues, the restrictions have nothing to do with the waiver.
Okay. What that means, Ms. Bizarre,
Yes.
is that we need to narrow further the
Okay.
line of communication.
Okay,
So it was this broad, but now it's
yes.
been narrowed down.
I found the restriction, I just, how it was worded, that it's the lot owner, so that's what brought us here.
But, okay, but Mr. Logan
Yeah, to
said
give
to
a
us
waiver,
that we couldn't
tell more
get that.
unique conditions and circumstances so the commission can have something to consider.
Well, we're going to allow other,
I would argue that I don't think city
But-
that would even have.
So we have some,
y'all need a break?
well, they would like to present,
Well, there's a time and a place for them to present
okay,
after your presentation.
okay. Well, I've said all I can say.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
can't, the only other thing is, in regards to Ben's suggestion to compromise or have another idea, I can't speak on behalf of the homeowners. I can say, as me personally as a homeowner, yeah, I'm willing to compromise that I already am gonna do some greenscape and, so I have that plan and that's great. I don't know that I necessarily want the trees picked out for me, because I have specific landscaping project that I would like to do on my
Okay.
property, so that's for me.
Do you all have any other questions of Ms. Bizarre?
No, I do not.
Well, for staff.
Okay, we'll get staff back, but let's get, so that that conversation can meld together. The three of you can choose who goes first, or second, or third.
I don't know. I don't know if they're here to speak or not.
My name is Chris Roman. I live
find
at
that.
260 Oak Ridge here in Frankfort. One of the first things I want to note is that when we talk about where the sidewalks are in relation to the street, it's less than the gap here from the carpet to the beginning of the desk. I have a picture I took off of my phone. I can pass it around for you to see what my front yard looks like. But one thing you're not considering is if you put a tree in that small area, is not only will it destroy the sidewalk within years and possibly do damage to the street or the curb, you're going to have to maintain that tree, and it's going to be so close. So as it grows, the overhang of the tree will be an impediment to the road, possibly, with branches out over it. My own lot, I would have to buy 2 trees because of the way this is written, 30 feet. Well, I have at the far end of that lot, a tree that was growing there that the developer or my home builder didn't tear down. But because of this 30-foot restriction, I'd have to put a tree right next to it, basically, to be in compliance. So I'd have 2 trees 30 feet, and I guess I'd have to tear down the one tree just so people could walk by on the sidewalk. So another thing to consider is after that sidewalk, you go about 6 feet, 7 feet into my yard, you've got the underground cables, the utilities that they want to dismiss. So I'm thinking, just common sense wise, the roots from these trees are going to go somewhere. So they're going to create a problem for each of us as homeowners, I would think. I mean, doesn't that seem reasonable? So anyway, this is back from when the snow, and this is looking out my front window. You can see the small area from the street to the beginning of the sidewalk. I mean, it just seems not reasonable to want to put a tree in there that's going to grow, I don't care, 2, 3, 4 foot wide. I mean, and again, that's looking out the front window, and you have the street, but then you have this short little path that's there before the street and the curb's there. So, okay.
I saw it.
That little area is the grass area where they want to put before the sidewalk begins. So, you know,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, and here's the existing tree. Hold on a second here. I'll show you the tree that's adjacent on my lot. It's already well over there it is in the background. That thing's already 35 feet tall.
Oh.
So I would have to cut it down to put a tree in so it can grow in that little sidewalk area. I mean, it just kind of doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Okay, you got a question of him?
It's a question and a statement, because unfortunately you're not gonna like my answer. To refute almost everything you've said.
Yeah,
I live downtown. The buffer between our streetscaping is much narrower than yours. We have gas, electric, underground utilities, fiber optics. It's not an issue. If you walk downtown, the sidewalks that have been buckled, those trees have been there 100 years. That said, I think a bigger concern for you is you're talking about the tree you may have to cut down. That's more conversation with Mr. Hewitt, is how do you space those trees out? It's
Yeah.
not a finite, it's gotta be 30 feet in a grid-like pattern to where you suddenly from the overhead, everything looks like bunches of boxes. There's differences in the distances between
Yeah.
those trees.
30 feet and then another
That's
20
a
feet over
maximum.
and put another
Yeah.
tree.
Our trees on my street, I live on St. Clair, they're about 15 feet apart. They don't overgrow the street, they don't impede the sidewalks. In fact, they do the opposite. They actually enhance the beauty of the neighborhood. They provide shade for the people walking down the street. They provide shade for the vehicles.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
I mean,
If you saw my backyard, you would see how much I am into
And
trying
I
to
agree
provide
from everybody's
stuff for the
standard that stated that, you definitely want to beautify your houses. I'm coming from a standpoint, to Mr. Logan's point, it has to be unique. In this case, the concerns of sidewalks, utilities, et cetera, are not unique, because I can show you as we walk outside exactly what you would deal with a street-lined street, or treescape street. It still goes back to my point when I was speaking with the developer, is I don't think there's a lot of communication going on, specifically with requirements of who's picking out the trees.
Yeah,
What are the sizes of the trees? How can they mitigate your concerns on economic cost, et cetera? And it comes back to us, there really needs to be something unique in your situation, because if we allow your waiver for these concerns,
Oh, yeah, yes. other
someone else is going
communities
to
will.
instantly come back to us and go, but you did that. Will it be all the time? Do we have the option of saying yes or no to them? Absolutely, all the time.
But
But it makes it harder for us to say no.
let me ask you this, just granting us this waiver, that's destined to set a precedent for another community to come in?
It absolutely
But
is.
wouldn't you would still have the right to be able to deny their waiver,
We
correct?
would still have that, but it'd be much harder for us to do that. And it goes against we're already facing an uphill battle doing comprehensive plans anyway, because we're making changes to the community, to the betterment of the community, but there are things that have been done the way in the past. So now we're making new rules that we are asking people to adhere to. And so if we just start chipping away at what we really want as a community as a whole, it makes our job much harder. And I apologize for all of that. I really think, there's one person speaking on the commission, that a good conversation with yourselves, the developer, and Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Judah about what is really required, what are the exact footings, a recommendation. Mr. Hewitt's the gentleman that has to basically enforce this anyway. And so I think there's a lot of missing information, and I understand your concerns and the frustrations you have because of that missing information. But I really would like to see that conversation take place before we make a decision on a waiver or a non-waiver. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Yes, it does.
Okay, Mr. Looney.
And you may be able to answer this, sir, sorry, or Mr. Judah. What's the space between the curb and the sidewalk? What's the width?
I'd say 4 feet.
So I'm looking at the subdivision plan, and the subdivision plan for Oak Ridge shows an 11-foot space between the roll curb and the sidewalk. On the subdivision plan that you provided in our packet. And on Oak Ridge, now on the other streets it shows 7 feet. So is that not what's built out there today?
No.
So what am I missing here? Was it, whose responsibility was that? I mean, it looks like the sidewalk was not built in the right spot. Is that an accurate statement? Isn't that 11 feet, Robert? I had to take a picture with my phone and blow it up. It's like,
You've got two different typical sections. You got a major neighborhood street, you got a minor neighborhood street.
well, I'm looking at the one that says Oak Ridge on the bottom right there. Oak Ridge Drive, typical section, says it 11 foot.
I can't read this.
I had to take a picture with my phone and blow it up.
Yeah.
But that's what it appears to show.
So
And it's-
based on the inspections by the road superintendent, county engineer, myself, we found it to be, within reasonable compliance of the construction plans.
So,
We're not gonna be,
the 5 and
the
11.
county's not asking to maintain any more space within the public right of way than what was constructed. However,
No, I'm just, if it's 5 feet away, that's 5 and 11 are not within reason.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
I don't understand the question.
The drawing here shows Oak Ridge Drive, the sidewalk should be 11 feet from the curb, the front of the sidewalk. So that planting gap should be 11 feet. They're saying it's 5. That's not reasonable tolerance. You agree with that?
That's not reasonable tolerance.
Yeah, that wasn't constructed to a reasonable, it should be 11 feet, not 5.
Well, in order to accurately answer that question, I would refer back to the construction plans, not the typical section.
There's,
On the
okay,
plan.
so we don't have, there's something else then?
Yeah. I would refer to the construction plans.
Okay, do you have that?
No, sir, I don't have it in the office.
Okay.
There is not a single residential subdivision in Franklin County that's built since 2005 with an 11-foot wide plan.
Well, I'm just looking at the typical sections. Usually that's what's typical through the subdivision. It wouldn't be atypical, that would.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I would be shocked if the construction plans were different. This is the subdivision plat, right? The
Yeah,
development
that's the final
plan?
plat. So what they did, is what the developer, the design engineer did, cut and paste out of our regulations, plopped it in. It's the exact same image.
Okay. Well, so I guess,
But you will find discrepancies in the subdivision regulations between the typical section and the right-of-way table.
And that was why I brought up space and what we need to have with trees and to survive.
I feel like there are so many things that make sense with this to me.
Okay, we're getting close to the bewitching hour. And I want to make sure that we're able to get through this. Okay, the guy behind you and you.
I have a couple of statements real quick.
Come on down, state your name and address. ADDRESS for the record.
Larry Cardwell, 211 Oak Ridge Drive. I've looked at this piece of land that our subdivision's on, aerial photos or satellite photos from the PBA site prior to the development of this subdivision. All of this land had less than 3 dozen mature trees on it. We now are at a point where, what are the 75 lots total? 75 lots total. We're wanting 2, 3, up to 8 trees per lot. So we're asking to, I don't know, 10 times as many trees in the same area just because we built a subdivision there. That's something to think about. That's just one point. Second thing I was thinking, and this is true, there's a lot of school bus traffic, especially on Oak Ridge. That's one of the main access, well, it's the only access to get to the school. And these buses come through there and getting excited here. Pretty good rate of speed, even in a residential area. And the older these trees get, the more they I don't know if y'all have a plat of it, the subdivision. Every street has a curve, at least 1 or 2 curves that you cannot see around. Even now with houses, you put trees out 2 feet, 2.5 feet from the edge of the street. These trees are going to be out obstructing view of these bus drivers. It'll obstruct the view of any children running out of out of driveways or riding out on their bikes. They will be a danger to the kids in the neighborhood and around the school that walk along the streets. So that should be a consideration. That doesn't take any money out of my pocket, but I don't want to see a kid get hurt out in front of my house.
Questions?
I know that's just a statement, that wasn't any facts or piece of paper I can hand you, but it's true.
And Mr. Caldwell, we do appreciate your passion in this, but to the statement that I made previously, you can walk outside this building and see exactly what we're proposing in your neighborhood, and none of the issues that you have occurred. And they are much narrower street widths. The trees do overhang the street. That's because trees do that. They get clipped back. But there's no obstruction of traffic. There's no obstruction of vehicles. As far as the damage, that does not occur. It occurs over decades, not years.
Okay, I understand that. I disagree with you, but I understand it.
I live in
Obviously,
the neighborhood.
that's why we're here. There was,
While you're thinking of it, there is also an ordinance on the books that address the obstruction of view in terms of the traffic, which requires the owner to trim the trees so that the limbs don't obstruct the traffic. I had to do that this spring.
why would we put these trees in a position to where they would have to be treated like that? Why would we not? I'm just asking. I guess you need to ask me.
Because we all need clean air, breathable air. That's what trees do.
I love trees. We've already planted trees in our yard. We haven't planted anything up front because of this.
Mr. Chairman, this is not about the beautification.
Yeah.
This is about a waiver. And if we can keep it on why we should have a waiver, then the board will have enough facts to make a decision, yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't have anything else to say then.
Okay.
My name's Robert Green. I live at
56 Oak Ridge Drive. My thing is, I don't care to put a small tree out there, but when I bought that house, I didn't know anything about the trees. We pulled up, my wife said, I want that house. Didn't have trees in front of it. Now I gotta put 2 in front of it. And we just cut down 400 on the back side of the neighborhood for me to plant 2 trees in my yard. I just don't think it's right. And that's all I got.
Okay. We have 2 individuals in the far rear who would like to speak.
Sabrina Cummins and Rex Cummins, 740 Devils Hollow Road. We live across from the subdivision, and we came to object to you approving the waiver
Where's Keith?
because we feel like that you all put a lot of thought in this years ago for these restrictions to be in there, mainly for
Aesthetics.
drainage, the looks. I've been across the road at this neighborhood, and it doesn't look like some of the other subdivisions that we've been in Frankfort. And we don't want the value of our house going down because that neighborhood does not look well. So we just come to say that we oppose you approve it, the waiver. And that's all.
Okay. Questions?
Do you live right, almost
Yeah,
across from it?
We live directly across. And right now, the drainage from our house already has problems draining over into the subdivision. We've never complained about it, but when it comes a big downpour, the drainage that's supposed to go under the road over there gets clogged up, and our front yard has a big puddle of water in it.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much
Thank you.
for your comment.
One more statement. I would love to see what other subdivision in Frankfort has street trees.
Yes, we'd like to have, we haven't been able to see that because
Or none.
we can show, for everything you're saying, where we have places that they
But-
do, well, we can
Mr.
show you lots of
But-
places.
but-
Mr. Chairman,
It's
for
not-
point of order again, I'm gonna say
So-
one more time, I know it's not gonna make any difference, but that has nothing to do with your, what other subdivisions have done as to how many trees they have or don't have, or how they look. We're
Then you
here
shouldn't
in
bring
this
it up.
location.
You shouldn't bring that up then.
I didn't bring it up.
No, not you, this gentleman did.
I didn't talk about subdivisions, I talked about downtown.
You talked about other
You can
places,
go
he
out.
just said it's not relevant.
But
Okay.
I just pointed it out
Listen,
where you can see them.
we've got 5 minutes
Okay.
before I have to call this meeting to an end.
And we patiently waited for over 3 hours.
Yes, ma'am. And that's the reason why we have an ending time for certain. Because people were made to wait and wait and wait and had a complaint. And then we got the brunt of that, even from circuit court. That's it. Start at this time, stop at that time, because it's unreasonable to expect people to, sit around to
It is.
midnight and et cetera.
And-
So,
And we're using that time talking about it.
yes, ma'am. We are. And quite frankly, based on what I've heard, we can do 2 things. We can actually act on this tonight, or if you think you heard what I thought I heard, and that was a desire for a point of middle ground, we can table it and act on it at the next meeting if our legal counsel say that that's something we can do, and have staff work with the homeowners association to come up with a way that homeowners can select the tree, whatever the case may be, come up with an
I
alternative.
think we can require the applicant to do that.
But they stated they wanted
We
to.
certainly table this issue and give them time if they choose to do that, to meet.
Okay?
You can't require somebody to go meet, try to resolve
Right,
it.
right, right,
We're
right.
not a mediation service.
I agree, sir. So now, I mean, that's where we are. We either vote it up or down, or we can table it and give them a chance to
What-
speak.
If tabled, what can happen in that time that could, I mean, what intervening circumstances could change our ultimate vote? I mean,
Well, we would meet with our association. I mean, that's one thing we could.
but you are the associate, but you're up here today, aren't you? Do you think that they're,
I'm representing for the waiver, but if there's other options, if you want us to consider other options, we can take this back to the association.
the waiver is the,
Chair, that's the point. We do not want them to consider other options. They have to decide that. We can either give an opportunity for them to do that. We're not pushing it, or we just vote on it tonight. But that's the commission's decision, not anybody else's.
Can we,
Okay.
can we table?
There was a fee they paid to
Yes,
do this, and if we deny it, they'd have to pay that again, right? If we table it,
Correct.
it just stays open.
That's correct.
That's right.
we don't, you said?
If we table it, there's no other.
No,
It would be, you wouldn't have, it would still be on the table, you wouldn't have to pay another fee. If we deny it, you'd have to pay another fee, start all over again,
oh, okay.
so.
I'd like to see us table it, give them that opportunity to think of, everybody think about and
Mr. Chairman,
ferment.
make a motion to table this item.
Second.
All in favor, woo-hoo!
Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Boggs?
Cardwell.
Who's your?
Mr. Boggs.
I'm Ken, Cardwell Lane, Cardwell.
Yes, second it.
Ms.
Just so we know
Cross?
what I'm
Yes.
talking.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney?
Yes.
Mr. Loesher?
Yes, Tim, yes.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
yes.
Chairman Jackson?
Yeah.
Unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion we adjourn.
Done.
Been a long time since I got to do that.
That's all right.